all day, every day. And this is one of the main things that led to my emotional eating. And a lot of people, when you look at people who work in call centers and these types of work from home jobs, most of us are big, okay? Because the only relief you're getting from a day of dealing with the nonsense that you deal with at these types of jobs is ordering your Wingstop and laying out until you have to do it all over again the next day. So at this time, I'm like, okay, I have a 30-minute clock out period where I can do, anything besides sit here and dread getting back on the phone. So let me start walking. When I started walking, I was simply walking around my apartment complex parking lot. Y'all, I was not going around the block. I was not walking on a treadmill. I was not walking on a walking pad. I took my body that God gave me to the outside world that God made, and I started walking. This is something that I find a lot of people are using as an excuse. Okay, I'm not gonna get on you too hard because I'm all love over here. But you guys, you don't need a walking pad. You don't need a treadmill unless that is your preferred form of walking and you see that it already works for you. There was a time that I bought a walking pad. Y'all, I used it like once and was like, I was like, never mind. So you don't need any type of fancy equipment. You don't need to be going out and buying all these walking pads that are very much blowing up now on social media, which I'm all for it. Anything that's getting us moving and bettering our health. But again, if that's something that's holding you back as far as finances, because these things are anywhere from like 100 to 200 bucks, you don't need it. Go outside. I understand how it can feel embarrassing. I've been there, guys. I've been 330 pounds near, and sometimes you don't want anyone to see you. You don't want to be walking around outside, and you probably really don't want your neighbors to see you. But look, if you live where you live for a minute now, they know how you look. They know that you're big. So please do not let this hold you back. Most of the time, too, the same thing when we're seeing big people in the gym, okay? A lot of people feel a sense of pride, of encouragement towards that person because it's really nice to see somebody taking the necessary steps to better their life. No one is making fun of you. No one is judging you. And if they are not the person that's going to get you to better health. They are not the person that's going to get you to a lower blood pressure. They are not the person that's going to take you from diabetic to no diabetes, okay? So we have to really get out of the mindset of caring what people think, especially on this journey, because that's just one form of it showing up, okay? Wait till you start dropping that weight and seeing how everybody now feels a way about you because you look good. So if you are embarrassed and you don't really want to walk around, your neighborhood, your city, you live in a big city, walk around your apartment. Most of us young people, we live in apartments. Walk around your complex. If you don't live in an apartment, just walk, one way up the block and one way back. You don't have to go any long distances. But this is really nice, guys, because you are getting your body acclimated to movement. Okay, when we are 300 plus pounds, we are not moving. I wasn't. I was sitting at my desk, taking those calls, walking to the door to get my Wingstop, taking the trash out once every few days, walking from my bed to the shower. Like, no movement, guys. My day was probably 500 steps. So when I started walking this 30-minute time frame, it was extremely hard at first, guys. I just remember how it felt, but I also remember a feeling, a knowing of just being like, Kayla, this is going to get easier. Like everything else, it gets easier. But that is the alarm. When you are so big that walking, just carrying your body weight around is exhausting you as if you're doing 30 minutes running on the treadmill. So that was a big wake up call for me and kind of motivated me to keep going. Because I'm like, okay, right now I don't have a step count goal. I'm not even thinking about 10K steps per day. I'm thinking I'm going to keep on doing this 30 minutes, walk out of my apartment and walk around the parking lot. I'm going to keep doing this until it doesn't hurt after 5 minutes. I'm going to keep doing this until I can walk the entire way and feel like, wow, I could have walked more. And I remember that day when I finally started getting those steps up, I'm like stopping walking because my lunch break is over, but I no longer feel like I just ran a marathon. I feel energized. I'm like, wow, I actually could have kept walking. The more that I did this, I began then walking actually around the neighborhood that I lived in, and I started walking, longer distances. Like it gets easier, guys. If I could put a time frame on it, if I could remember, I feel like, shoot, after 1 month, like I started September 24th, I will never forget that day. After by the end of October, Halloween, my birthday is November 1st. Like by November, I was walking comfortably for, at least 45 minutes to an hour. I no longer only had to walk 20 to 30 minutes and feeling everything in my back, legs, and hips after 5. It was comfortable, it was sustainable, and that's why it worked for me. The other reason this worked for me, it fit into my schedule. Okay, like I said, I specifically picked the time that's already during my day that I'm already, having my normal routine, and I just fit it in there. If your goal is to get more steps in this year, it's not going to just magically happen. Okay, people don't get just 10,000 steps just as they go about their day, unless you are someone who has a very physically active job. You do manual labor, construction, you're in that field, you're outside. Okay, you probably are hitting at least 7K steps a day just from your job. But if you have a desk job like me and you are extremely sedentary, you have to go intentionally walk. It's not just going to happen. And this blows my mind because I see this a lot on social media when people are in walking groups or talking about getting their steps in. They're like, oh my gosh, how do you guys get 10,000 steps a day? Like, it doesn't just fall out of the air. You have to go intentionally walk if your lifestyle does not already fit into that number. Schedule a time, have your clothes laid out already so you can't change your mind. If you work, have a normal job, you come in from work, have your clothes already laid out, put on your sweatpants, your hoodie, whatever makes you feel comfortable, and say, okay, I'm going to go walk for 30 minutes. Set a timer on your iPhone. You don't need an Apple Watch.
Oh my gosh, I don't wanna. Hello, everybody. Thought I might give you all some wonderful walking inspiration. At the start of our show tonight, I'm not inspired. I don't want to walk, guys. But you know what? I remembered something recently. When I used to live in Virginia 3-4 years ago, can y'all believe I used to actually walk for exercise for miles at that? I forgot that I used to do that. Honestly, I did. I forgot until very recently. I'm like, oh, I did use. I wasn't always anti-walking, you know, or whatever. So there's your weekly inspiration to get outside and go walk, guys. But I'm not gonna be walking with you. Okay, I'm in the gym, so I love you. All right, so let's get started. If you haven't already, please hit the like, okay? Like, I don't know why I have to struggle so hard to get the people that love me to hit the like for free. It is free. But if you want to, you can send me a Cash App or a super chat, all right? But still hit the like, okay? So we have a lot to talk about today, and I might have committed to too much, like too many topics, but we will see how much we're going to get through. So let me just get through some quick housekeeping. You guys can tell me how you've been doing for the past week or so. Okay, so y'all, I've been having a bit of an interesting week, okay? Um I think I have $1 on Cash App. Okay, thank you. I appreciate your dollar. Okay. You know, a coffee at McDonald's, if I use the app, is only $1.09. So don't be cheap. Go ahead and send me $1.10. All right. And whoever else wants to buy me a coffee, don't be cheap. Go ahead and send $1.10. Or if you're feeling fancy, $5 for Dunkin'. They're so expensive, so bougie. All right. So honestly, I don't even know where to start, but I guess we can start with some housekeeping. You guys can tell me how your week has been going. I have had an interesting week. Okay. I think I'm getting a little carried away with these cheat middle of the week weigh-ins where it looks like I'm doing extremely well, unrealistically well. Well, not unrealistically, but like weller, more well than I'm used to in the middle of the week. And then I get to my actual weigh-in day and it's not the same. So we're gonna talk about my weigh-in. We are gonna talk about my DEXA scan. We are gonna talk about how much I've been eating because according to my DEXA scan, I have been under eating. So we're going to have to make some changes. Y'all know a few weeks ago, I committed to cutting my calories, but there's a good chance that I might be bringing that to an end based on the results of my DEXA scan. If you've never had a DEXA scan, which is a body composition scan, and you've felt like you didn't need one or you didn't understand the point of getting one, I'll try to go over some of that, like why somebody might want to get one, even if you are already at your goal weight. Now, we are also going to talk about me titrating down to the 7.5 milligram. Like, honestly, the title of this stream might change because we're talking about so many different things, but we have to talk about me titrating down, okay? The 10 milligram is no more, guys. It is no more. The miracle dose, the dose that broke my stall, it is no more. We are done with the 10 milligram of Zepbound. And if we have time toward the end, we're going to discuss whether or not I might be experiencing some vitamin or nutrient deficiencies. Okay. Now, I did not have time to do it, but I really wanted to do a members only stream after this, like I did last week, where I went over my starting of the Wellbutrin. I want to do an update to that, and there's also some other stuff that I want to discuss. So I don't know. The members can let me know. I'm kind of in as of right now, I'm kind of in the mood for a members only stream after this. But y'all let me know how y'all feel closer to like 9:30, and we'll see if we're gonna transition. Give me just a second. Okay. Jen says I started the most old lady shit this week. The Geritol challenge. I don't even know what that is. I'm gonna Google it. See, you distracted me already. What is that? What is Geritol? What? I don't think this is correct. Tell me more, Jen. I don't think what I found is correct. 7.5 woohoo. Yeah, it's a whole lot of woohoo going on over here. Screw weighing days. When I was losing weight, I weighed myself every single day and went by the lowest on the scale, just saying, yeah, okay. So when I wasn't losing weight as quickly as I am now, getting on the scale every day and seeing little to no change became exhausting. So I started weighing in once a week so that I can be less stressed about weighing in. But because of Jennifer, I started weighing in, like trying to get trends. I started weighing in like, 2 to 3 times a week. And it's something about that middle of the week weigh in. It's something about that middle of the week weigh in where the scale will be at, the lowest. And then by the time I get to my actual weigh in day, you know, it'll be back up. But we'll get into all of that. Now, I have changed my weigh-in day from Sunday to Friday. I thought that that would help me cheat the system a little bit, but it hasn't. It hasn't. I took a break from the scale in January. It was wonderful. Good for you. Because I'm young and fly. What we talking about? Jen's having a baby. Ooh, Jen, Teddy done put a baby on you. They say there's a baby at the bottom of every bottle. What? The energy part. Okay. These eggs are powdered. Okay. I don't understand. Am I missing something? I still don't understand what's the challenge. I still don't. Oh, you're talking about okay. I got that. I got the X part. But what is the challenge? Like, I'm so confused about that. So y'all let me know. Like, y'all know we had members. We had that whole organs versus orgasm thing last week. Another thing, another reason why we gotta do the members on the stream potentially. My vision has not improved, but it's not as bad as it was. So it might have been a false alarm with that doctor's appointment as well, because my doctor said that in the trials for the Wellbutrin, only 2% of participants had blurry visions, and those were the participants that had the placebo. So either it's my glasses or it's the tirzepatide. Okay, we don't know. We don't know. All right, so I can do this in the order that I listed it, or I can let you guys choose. It can be viewer's choice. What do y'all think? Matter of fact, let me start a poll while I get caught up with y'all in the chat. Let's see what y'all want me to start with first, because honestly, there's so much. I really don't know where to start. And if y'all don't help me out, I'm gonna just be talking in circles, okay? And hopefully we don't end up on here on one stream for 5 hours, because I really did the damn thing last week with staying on time here on one stream for 5 hours because okay, so let's start a poll. Which topic should we cover first? See, it's the DEXA scan, titrating down. Wow, all caps. Lose it plus weigh-in. Okay. Lose it, and lose it is my food diary breakdown. Okay. Other, and other would be viewer's choice, which y'all don't ever have anything in particular y'all want me to talk about, because y'all are no help. Y'all are no help at all. All right. If I have any typos, my bad. I can't see. Remember that. Remember that. First comes love, then comes marriage. Absolutely. Yep. I'm teary-eyed, so yes, please distract me. Okay. All right. So V so young, she doesn't know powder edge jokes. I didn't get it at first. I was like, because I was still trying to figure out what the challenge was. Like, you said you started some old lady shit, so I was just trying to figure out what that was first. And no, I didn't get the joke. Okay, but I'm on the verge of being old. You know, hold that thought, okay? Because I'm gonna be 30 in about 2.5 seconds or days. And sidebar, I had to get into a fight with a Gen Xer that was trying to come for the neck of millennials. I did not appreciate that. Like, y'all, I be generation banging the way I zodiac bang. The way I zodiac bang for Aries, I be generation banging for millennials, like especially like the cusp babies, the 96 babies, because the millennials be trying to make us Gen Z, and we're not. Like, I don't care if they change the dates or whatever. We're not Gen Z. We are millennials. 96 is the last year of millennial babies. So I'll be having a generation bang for the millennials. And I was, I had some Gen Xer talking about the millennials don't do this and the millennials don't do that. And I'm like, we're 30 and 40 now, right? Like, we're not 15. Like, I get how, talking shit about millennials may have been a talking point in 2010. Okay. It is now 2026. We are not children. Okay. We're not children. All right. We're not 21-year-olds that don't want to work a job. Like, stop. So I was, I had to get into it. I had to get into it with a Gen Xer. How many of y'all are Gen Xers in here? Because y'all be acting up sometimes. And it's just like, okay, relax. We got this. We're figuring it out. The millennials or whatever. We're grown. So If you haven't already, please like the stream and vote in the poll. Okay, don't be shy. Come out of the clouds, say hello, like the stream and vote in the poll. And it's February now, so I might have some memberships to give away. Why not? It'll be a good chance for some people to tap into my body contouring videos that I've been doing and the updates on the Wellbutrin. So I will be gifting some memberships tonight. Why not? All right. And they might go to people that have already had them before. That's the funny thing about it. So let's see. Y'all want to discuss titrating down first? Okay. Are y'all interested in my DEXA scan? Because I will totally like not share it. Like that's fine. Like I can just show you this since y'all trying to play in my face. Like, I mean, I did give y'all to see. That's very Aries of me to ask for your opinion and then criticize you for it. But like, do y'all not want to see how I went from this to this? Like, do y'all not want to see that? Like, that's amazing. Do y'all not want to hear about my muscle loss and what I need to be doing about it and how I avoided a DEXA scan for the past year because I knew I wasn't like maintaining as much muscle as I should have been? Oh, my weight was on there too. I don't know if y'all saw it. Don't scroll back. I'm gonna get to that. Well, whether you want to hear it or not, I am gonna go over the DEXA scan, but we can go over titrating down first. I was actually gonna save that for closer to the end of the stream, but if that's what y'all are interested, shit, why not? I mean, I don't care. I barely work here. All right. So hello, Kiss by the Sun. How are you doing? So I'm listening and learning as a Gen X. You know, the debate wasn't really about like weight loss or anything. It was just about life. And I'm just like, why you coming at us like that? Like, hey, relax. Okay. So anyway, so let's get into me titrating now. So I talked about last week and the previous few weeks how, oh shit, I took y'all off the screen. Hold on. Okay. I talked about how I was pretty much done and ditching the 10 milligram of Zepbound. If you missed that stream, then of course you can go back and watch it in bits and pieces. But I pretty much talked about how I was done with the 10 milligram of Zepbound. And that was mostly because the 10 milligram was low-key making me slightly miserable. Okay. I did not want to use the language of misery when I was first talking about this, but now that I feel physically different, yes, we're just going to have to come out and say that the 10 milligram, for better or worse, was making me fucking miserable. And I'm going to explain how and why that was happening. So first of all, the first thing that made me feel like I needed to titrate down was the pure and utter exhaustion and fatigue. Now, yes, fatigue is a side effect of being on tirzepatide, of being on a GLP-1. That's not abnormal. Yeah, it's a normal side effect. There's some things I guess maybe you could do for it, but I never actually, other than just getting used to a dose, I never actually resolved my issues with the fatigue. Now on the 10 milligram, this issue got much, much worse. And it just got to the point where I really couldn't function productively. I would take my injection on one day and then my body would want to sleep for the next 3 days, except I have to work. I have to work. I have to eat. I have to live life. So although the 10 milligram was wonderful for weight loss, wonderful for, I'm going to call it brain chatter. I'm not even going to say food noise anymore because you'll see why in a second. Brain chatter, I'll say versus food noise. Okay. So it definitely took away the food noise more so than any of the other lower doses, but it did something beyond that I didn't realize until I got off of it. Wonderful for my appetite suppression, but I definitely wasn't eating enough on that dose. So between being exhausted, between having brain fog and really not being able to eat for about half the week, and then when I do eat, I can't eat enough. Really low mood, which we talked about with the anhedonia. Can't confirm whether or not it was related to my dose, but just to be safe, it was better to titrate down and see if I would feel better. All right. So does that make any sense? Do y'all have any questions regarding why I would titrate down? Because I mostly see people staying on their dose, thugging it out, or if they're not losing any more weight, they were going to titrate up. I had been on a 10 milligram for 6 or 7 months. There was no getting used to it. It is a wonderful special dose. as far as progress, but as far as everything else, how it was making me feel outside of weight loss, it was no, it wasn't trash. Let me not say that. Let me not talk smut on the 10 milligrams name. Okay. But it was very difficult to live with. Okay. I was getting burnt out. I was so tired, and I was starting to rush my weight loss because I just wanted to be off of that dose. Okay. So of course, with titrating down, there are some things to consider. Y'all can let me know what are some of the worries you would be concerned about when it comes to titrating down. Oh, thank you, Kiss by the Sun. I appreciate that. Thank you, Sunshine. I know Jen gets concerned about weight gain, no, weight loss with titrating down. Jen is one of the weirdos where if she titrates down, she will lose more weight. And what else? Some people may be concerned about no longer losing any more weight if you're not at your goal. Some people may be concerned about food noise coming back. Okay. Have you noticed the difference yet with titrating now? Yes, I noticed the difference the very first day. So it's Saturday. I took my injection on Thursday. So it hasn't even been a full week yet. And we are going to get into what I experienced the very first day of taking less of my Zepbound. All right. So if you haven't already, please like the stream. I'm going to keep plugging the likes because for some reason I will get off the stream and it'll be like 100 and some views and like 12 likes. Like, I don't know what y'all be doing other than liking the stream, but I'm going to need y'all to get it together. Okay. So don't take Miss V's verbal abuse. I'm very like dramatic and like I'll be cursing y'all out sometimes. And I feel like Jen gets the worst of it. But like, okay, I can't say I'm in therapy because I haven't seen my therapist in some time. So I'm really not working on it, but I should be. I should be working on it. Okay. Sunshine's right. Don't take my abuse. Okay. So I decided to titrate down. Hopefully my reasoning makes sense. And I did not, courtesy of my members, let's just say that, okay. Nicole, Sunshine, Jen. I don't know if Jen was participating, but courtesy of my members, when I talked about titrating down, it was suggested to, skip my last dose of 10 milligram. And what I mean by that is, so I had already ordered my 7.5 milligram and I had one more dose of 10 milligram left, but the 10 milligram was whooping my arse. Like I had already considered skipping it, but I was just like, no, like I don't want it to go to waste and I don't want to, forget about it in my fridge or whatever. So I was just going to take it. But yeah, just going through another week of being worn out and tired and brain fog and sluggish. I just did not feel like going through that, especially if I already had the 7.5 milligrams. So luckily I have awful influences in my members and they think like me. Like they're just terrible like me, So I didn't take my last dose of the 10 milligram. I did not take it. I still have it. It doesn't expire until next year. So I'll take it eventually. But I decided not to take it. And I went straight into taking the 7.5 milligram this week. I was supposed to take it today. I decided to take it 2 days early, just in case there was too much of a change in like the effectiveness. I wanted to take it a little early. So I still had some of that, 10 left in my system, which obviously I would have had it in there anyway, but I just wanted to take it a little earlier as a buffer. Okay. Hello, Shonda. What's up, everyone? Save it for later. It has a year. Yes, absolutely. Okay. Stop it, Sunshine. I told you, nobody's going to know what you're talking about. Okay. So I took my dose on Thursday. Now I have notes. Okay. Cause I'm an adult and I'm responsible. So we're going to have to go to my Lose It app. So I hope I took, I'm really not good at note taking. This has been a thing my entire life. Like even in college, it was one of the things that I hated the most. Like I'm really not good at quick notes. Like I'm very long-winded when I talk. I'm the same way with taking notes. So I either say a lot and then leave out important details or I don't say enough. It's very weird. I'm not a good note taker. So let's go to Thursday when I decided to take my injection Thursday evening. Well, actually, technically, it would be the next day, but let's start with the day of. And when I go back to do my Lose It breakdown for the first and the past week, we will see what other notes I may have left out for the week. Okay. Hey, Delilah, how you doing, girl? So on Thursday, I took my shot at 8 p.m. I took the 7.5 milligram. Okay. This is my first injection of the 7.5 after being on the 10 milligram for 6 months. I took it 2 days early. All right. We're all following so far. Now, I did get sleepy, but I wasn't extremely fatigued. I remember like I was working, but I got a little sleepy, and I'm not gonna lie, I shouldn't say this, but I took a little nap. It was like a power nap. It was like 15 minutes because sometimes if you get tired with the injections, it like knocks you out. So I did get a little sleepy. Okay. Hello, gorgeous. Hello, Erica. I regret going up to the 10 milligram. I ended up in the ER with shortness of breath. Oh no, and hadn't gone to the bathroom for about almost 2 weeks. We have to discuss my constipation as well. Yes. Okay, we're gonna get into that when we get into my weigh in. I'm on 5 milligram and still having the shortness of breath after 2 years. I am so sorry you experienced that. And thank you so much, Erica, for the super chat. It is always so nice to see you. Please tell me you have talked to your doctor about that. Because I didn't make note of this, but my heart rate was like really fast the day after I took my 7.5 milligram. And I don't know I don't know because I'm on another medication as well. So I didn't really know what the hell was going on, but we will cover that again in a second. So I'm really sorry you're going through that. Erica, and just if you haven't already, I'm pretty sure you have, but just in case, make sure you follow up with your doctor to make sure there's not anything else going on, and potentially get a referral to a cardiologist if needed, just in case, right? Just we never know with these medications. We could be the one person where something different occurs or something rare occurs. So definitely make sure you check that out. All right, so I got sleepy and I had to take a little power nap. Okay. Like work was slow. I had time and I had to clock for a little bit. And I remember within like the first hour or two of me taking this medication, I'm saying it. Okay. Of me taking this dose, I thought I had made a terrible mistake. Mind you, I took it 2 days early to try to have some of that buffer, like some of that appetite and food noise suppression still left over from the 10. But when I took this 7.5 milligram, it felt like I had taken compound from a different pharmacy. So if you've never been on compound, then you're not going to know what I'm talking about. But if you have been on compound and you have had your compound from at least 2 to 3 different pharmacies, then you know that the strength somewhat or the effect or how it feels is different from pharmacy to pharmacy. Like it's never consistent. That's the thing I love about getting brand, that it's typically whatever dose you're on, every time you get a refill, it's going to be consistent. Okay. But this is my first time titrating down. So for some reason, I don't know if it's because I took it out of the fridge too early, or I don't know if it was in my head. I don't know if my body was just punishing me for titrating out. I don't know what it was, but I felt different. And I'm going to do my best to try to explain what was different. So what I put in my notes was that it was clearly not as strong as the 10 milligram. It was obvious immediately. And when I say immediately, I mean within the first hour or two. It was immediately obvious that we are not in Kansas anymore, Toto. Okay. We are not in Kansas. I'm sorry, my mic is on the table. We are not in Kansas anymore. Like this is okay. Like I was low-key scared because the 10 does what the 10 does very well. Despite the bad parts, it does what it does really, really well. Okay. And it really, really, it really gets in there when it comes to that food noise suppression and that appetite suppression. But there's something else that I didn't know was happening until I titrated down. All right. And mind you, it's only been a couple of days, so bear with me, right? Maybe I'll feel different in about a week. So I was already done eating for the day, so I wasn't necessarily concerned about hunger. But what I was concerned about was sudden brain chatter. And we're going to get into that after this next super chat. Thank you, Erica, again for the super chat. Oh, girl, yes. At the ER, they did my blood pressure, and it was 173/98. And now they want me on meds for that. Yeah, but okay. I mean, I'm sorry that your blood pressure was so high on the at the ER, but follow up with the specialist just in case, because they only check for certain things at the ER, right? Because it's the emergency room. So they're very limited in their scope. So definitely just follow up and and make sure that you speak with a specialist as well. All right. But thank you so much for the second super chat. I appreciate you, girl. So here's the thing about me switching to the 7.5 milligram that I don't even think I've even heard anybody speak of this, right? So we talk about food noise and what food noise means, right? And the easiest way to explain it, I think, is just like the constant, it's not necessarily a craving, but the constant thought of or thinking about or worrying about food, right? It's constantly on your mind, like what you're going to eat next and what you're going to eat later and what you're going to eat tomorrow and what time and blah 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 blah. Like you're just the thoughts of food are just running rampant, right? And then you get on Zepbound, Tirzepatide, and then suddenly it's just silence. Like it just silences everything, right? However, there's more being silenced than the food noise. Okay, so when I took this 7.5 milligram, I'm not sure why I felt this way right away, but first things first, physically I felt different. Like I didn't understand why. Maybe it was because my heart rate was up. But I also got sleepy, but not as sleepy, so that was a good sign. But I had a lot of brain chatter within a few hours. I don't know why. Like I have no idea why this happened, but and I wasn't thinking about food. I was thinking about food and I was thinking about 50 other things at the same time. So maybe this doesn't necessarily apply to everyone. If anybody has ever titrated down before and did not have this experience, let me know. Or if you did, let me know. But like, I was so worried about the fact that it clearly physically was not as strong as the 10. I think I worried myself into like racing thoughts. Okay. I think that's what was happening at first, which has never happened to me before on the 10 milligram. But when I could tell that it wasn't going to be as strong, I started to worry about like, oh shit, the food noise is going to come back. And if this is how and my brain was like racing at a million miles per hour. And it was just chatter. Like it wasn't, I need to go eat chatter. It was like just a bunch of different things at once. And I'm like, if this is what being on a 7.5 milligram is going to be like, because I was already on a 10, then this is not going to be easy. Like I may have to, like I may not last. I may not last on a 10 milligram because it was like my brain was so loud. It was so loud. I can't even tell you what I was thinking about. It was just so loud. Not hearing voices loud, okay, but like when I say loud, I mean busy. Like my brain was just super duper busy. So it worried me. It worried me some. And I'm just like, okay, but are you hungry though? I'm like, okay, brain is busy. I didn't realize that the 10 milligram was silencing more than just food noise. It was silencing everything. Like we talked about the anhedonia, right? So the 10 milligram wasn't just silencing food noise, it was silencing any type of brain chatter, and it was like suppressing my mood and emotions. I know that for a fact now because I started to like over the next day or so, I started to like it wasn't I don't want to say numb, but I started to like feel again. This is bad. This is so bad. Like it sounds like I'm describing something completely unrelated to this episode, but I'm telling y'all, it is the most wild experience. Something is incredibly different between the 7.5 milligram, 5 and the 2.5, and then once you get to the 10 milligram. I can't speak for the 12.5 and the 15, but between that 7.5 and 10, there is something different where that 10 milligram shuts everything down. Like every worry you've ever had in the world about eating or weight loss to some extent, maybe 98% of the way gets shut down unless you have some sort of eating disorder. Well, when I took a lower dose, I didn't feel that switch being turned off. I just, it was kind of like I wasn't sure how this was going to go. Okay. So, with that being said, but are you hungry? The answer was no. So, okay, I didn't eat. I wasn't hungry. I wasn't having any cravings. I wasn't necessarily thinking about food, but I was worried about the fact that I would start to think about food. So it was like, what are you worried about? You're not hungry. You're not about to crash out and eat a bunch of sugar. You don't have an appetite. What is the problem? Okay. What are you tripping about? Nothing's wrong here. Okay. Give it some time to settle. Give your body some time to settle in, and then we'll reevaluate. All right. Because I am not opposed to titrating back up if life is going to be miserable on a 7.5, you know what I mean? So it's like, just give it some time. So I went to sleep and I slept. Actually, let me see if I can pull up my Aura Ring stats for that night, because I think I slept pretty well. I think I slept pretty well Thursday. Okay, so I would have to pull up the stats for Friday. Yeah, my sleep was fine. My sleep was fine. Maybe not. I mean, it was good. It was good. I did wake up a couple of times in the middle of the night, but overall my sleep was okay. Now, when I did wake up, I had a racing heart rate. I did have a racing heart rate. Um and I wasn't sure what was causing that. So let me get into your comments before I actually continue. If you haven't already, please like the stream and leave me a comment. Say hello. Um so I was about to say, when you have symptoms that's new and not known yet, please talk to your doctor no matter how small the symptoms. It helps the docs figure out what's going on. Yes. Okay. I agree. That's me on a 12.5. Are you talking about something I said, or what Erica was saying about the shortness of breath? Let me know. Yes, I did. So far my heart and lungs look good. Okay. But my pressure goes up the first days after my shot, and the shortness of breath too. That makes me think that maybe I need to follow up with my doctor too, because my heart started racing. But the reason I'm not sure about that is because of the other medication I'm on as well. I still have food noise, but great appetite suppression. Just moved up to the 5 this past Monday. Okay, it makes sense. The hormones are sending signals. Okay, to your brain. All right. So here's the thing. I woke up the next day with like my heart was pounding. Actually, I think I might have taken my heart rate that day because my heart was racing so fast. And yesterday, hold on. That was yesterday. Wait a minute. Hold on. No, not stress. Heart rate yesterday. Okay. I think it was like 109 beats per minute when I first woke up. Okay. Yeah, I'm still figuring out how to use the Aura Ring app, but I remember that part. So yesterday when I woke up, I think my resting heart rate is somewhere between like 85 and 90. But or even 98 maybe. But when I woke up, it was like 109, 110 beats per minute. So it was like my heart was pounding, and it could have been my blood pressure. I don't know. I'll have to talk to my doctor about that, or it could have just been my heart racing. But I'm also on a stimulant. Okay. So I don't know. I hadn't had this, experience in the past week since starting the Wellbutrin, but who knows? Maybe it was the change in my dose, or maybe it was just a late effect from me having to take the Wellbutrin. I don't know. But I did notice the racing heart rate. And then on Friday, was that Friday? Yes, on Friday, I had a bit of acid reflux, nausea. I did not feel good. In that 24-hour period. I wasn't hungry though. Like I wasn't hungry, and I still had the brain chatter, but it wasn't as bad. And it, in my notes, it says I have brain chatter, but not necessarily about food. Like I'm thinking about other things. Like my mind is going and going and going and going, but it's about other stuff that's unrelated to food. Cause I'm like 100% not hungry. And I'm just not like, I'm not thinking about food. I'm not thinking about anything. The caveat to this is, technically, Wellbutrin can also work to suppress appetite. So I don't know if I'm getting a buffer. I mean, maybe, right? I'm probably getting a buffer from the Wellbutrin as well. So maybe it would be a lot worse for me titrating down without a second medication that also suppresses appetite. Okay. So just keep that in mind in case anybody is thinking about titrating down. If for any reason I make it sound simple, even as a person with a buffer as far as appetite, the brain, effects were a little wonky. So on Friday, I didn't have an appetite. I didn't feel any kind of way other than the acid reflux and a slight bit of nausea for a few minutes or so. So I just ate once. And we'll go over that when I go over my lose it my lucid diary. And then we are at today, which I haven't eaten today. And I don't plan to eat today. And I'm going to tell you why. So far, I have been on the 7.5 milligram for 48 hours. And in that 48 hours, some brain chatter has returned, but now has subsided, to an extent where it's like, you know what it is? I low-key feel normal and not in the best of ways. Like I'm starting to feel how I felt before starting on to Zepbound, right? Which is not necessarily a bad thing, but when you're so used to having a crutch, 10 milligram, when you're so used to having a crutch, you forget what it feels like to just operate normally. Like you forget what it feels like. And I guess that's part of the point, but you forget what it feels like to just be a person that thinks about shit. You forget what it feels like to be a person that feels shit, that has different changes in your mood rather than just being, having a brain fog and constantly being in a low mood. You just forget, like, something about that 10 milligram is doing more than just suppressing appetite and calming the food noise. It's doing something more than that to the mood. And now that I've titrated down and it's only been 48 hours, I feel less suppressed. And I haven't necessarily figured out if that's a good or a bad thing yet. But as far as my appetite, there are no alarms. I have not been hungry. I am not hungry. I don't know when I will get hungry. Okay. I don't know. So far on the 7.5 milligram, I'm chilling. I just don't have that, for lack of better words, numbness, which is not really a fair way to explain it. But like, I don't have complete silence like I did on the 10 milligram. Okay. The world is kind of loud. So I don't have that complete and utter, like, silence and, brain fog that I had on the 10 milligram. Now I just kind of feel like I'm more, I guess I'm just more aware of how I'm feeling or whatever. So y'all let me know if you have any questions about that, or what do y'all think about that? If you have any thoughts on that, about the food chatter, no heart rate. Okay. Yeah. You're on a 12.5 and you're getting are you getting like brain chatter on the 12.5? Because I'm not necessarily worried about food. I'm really not. I'm just not. And like I said, maybe this would be worse for me if I didn't have another medication that was appetite suppressing. Okay, so there's really no way for me to know how much the Wellbutrin is contributing other than for me to stop taking it. And I'm not going to stop taking it because I've been feeling damn good since I started, and that we will talk about with the members. Started my 36-hour fast tonight at 8 p.m. Okay, good luck with your fast. I might be fasting for 24 hours. I don't know. We're going to talk about it because I'm constipated and I'm not interested in eating until it's resolved. I'm not interested in eating until it's resolved. Hello, Kim, how you doing? When I went back to the 5 milligram, my suppression got stronger. And looking back, the reason I went up to the 10 milligram was because the 7.5 milligram was not suppressing at all. I should have never went up from the 5 milligram. Yeah, you know what? That's not unusual. Something about the half doses people have an issue with. I don't know if that's necessarily what I'm experiencing because I can't quite say it's an issue, right? The other thing about taking it out of the fridge. So I typically like to take my injection out of the fridge like 20-30 minutes before I take it so it could come to room temp. But there have been times where I've had my injection out for my vial out for several hours, or I was traveling with just one vial, so I didn't chill it because it can stay at room temp for 21 days. So I just didn't chill it, and it was at room temp for a couple of days, and I took it and it was fine. But I did not account for the fact that the heat was on, and so maybe the room was a little warmer than usual. So I don't know. I don't know if that 7.5 didn't necessarily feel all the way right because like maybe the vial got too warm. I don't know. I'm just speculating, but it was like this is like getting compound from, not that the Zepbound was like compound, but switching doses felt like my medication came from a completely different pharmacy. Like it was weird. It was very, very weird. So when I take my next dose, I'm just gonna take it straight out of the fridge or maybe like 5 minutes out just to see if I get like the acid reflux and the nausea and the racing heart. Like I don't know what the F was going on, but my body immediately knew I was not taking that 10 milligram anymore. And it was very, very weird. Very weird. The 2.5 and the 5 were the best for me. I take my shot straight from the fridge in my stomach. Yes, I did take it in my stomach. If you see the thumbnail, that was me taking the 7.5 milligram. Okay. So far, so good. I'm chilling. I'm okay. I'm cool. It's not the end of the world. And we will know whether or not this is affecting my weight loss, I guess, in the next week or so. We will know because I've been losing consistently, other than when I'm constipated, then the scale stops moving altogether. So we're going to transition into, we're not going to talk about we'll probably talk about the DEXA scan last because the details are a little irrelevant to what I'm talking about now. So my weigh-in and my lose it, like what I've been eating, is more relevant to talk about now. And then we can transition into talking about my DEXA scan. Okay. My body composition scan. Let me see. Okay. So I have to go all the way back to Friday. That was my last weigh-in. That was the last weigh-in y'all got. And I have to pull up the scale. And if you have any questions or comments, just feel free to drop them down into the chat. What date was Friday? Friday was the 30th. So the 30th. Okay. So I talked about at least 2 weeks ago that I was suffering from constipation, and I was working to resolve that with Miralax and with magnesium, a magnesium complex, a supplement. It took a few days. Well, first of all, the scale went up. Okay, the scale went up several pounds. It went up from 167 to 170 because I hadn't gone to the bathroom in like 3 or 4 days. Like it was crazy. So once I started going to the bathroom again, the scale did drop down to 167, and that was my last weigh-in on Friday. Now, because I'm vain and I be cheating, okay? Because I'm vain and I be cheating, I weighed in again. Okay, I weighed in again before weigh-in day, and I weighed in on the 2nd, which was, no, I'm sorry. Hold on, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I weighed in on February 2nd, okay, which was Monday. So I weighed in on Friday, 167. I weighed in on Monday, and I was at 166, okay? So the scale was going back down. Now, y'all, I weighed in again. Like I kept going to the bathroom, okay, because I kept doing what was working. I waited again 2 days later, on Wednesday, y'all. Again, before weigh-in day, because this is all Jen's fault, okay? Now that I keep doing this is Jen's fault because Jen be talking about trends and stuff. Y'all, I weighed in at 163.9, okay? So from Friday at 167 to Wednesday weighing in at 163. That's about a 4-pound difference. Now, of course, I didn't necessarily lose 4 pounds of fat, but some of that was a combination of me losing body fat, probably because I've been sticking to my calorie deficit, probably because of my exercise. And I also think that I had a really so I weighed in on Wednesday, but Tuesday I had a really good day of bowel movement. So by the time I got onto the scale, that's how much being constipated will throw off your weigh-ins. By the time I got on the scale on Wednesday, I was down to 163. Okay. So I was hyped. I don't know how we got from 170 last week to 163 this week, but I was hyped. Okay. Okay. To the members, I started little soft bragging a little bit, but I didn't tell y'all what the weigh-in was. But today I was no longer 163, and we're going to get into what my actual weight is today. All right. So I had a little issue with constipation, but I'm drinking Bloom. Okay. Half doses are meant to only supposed to be in between doses from what I've learned. Okay. Bupropion with Wellbutrin common side effects is really bad acid reflux. It relaxes your stomach. allowing food and acid back up into your esophagus. Yeah, but that's also a side effect of being on tirzepatide too. And I didn't like I've been on Wellbutrin for a week already with no acid reflux. It wasn't until I switched doses that I got the acid reflux the same night and into the next day. It's only now resolving today. So maybe it could be the Wellbutrin, but I don't know. I didn't notice it or experience it until the day that I switched my dose, which is why I'm saying like it felt like my medication came from a completely different pharmacy, which I know it didn't because it came from Eli Lilly, unless they're using different, locations or whatever. But it was very, very weird. Okay. All right. So we have to release those toxins. Yeah. Okay. It could be the combination of the two. It could be, yes. Okay. So yes, the scale, the freaking constipation, it messes everything up. Okay. And y'all was getting on me like no weigh-ins unless you poop. No weigh-ins unless you poop. Okay. So after I got my really good weigh-in, I stopped going to the bathroom again, y'all. So Wednesday, Thursday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. What's my last day? Hold on. I'm sorry. This is important. I gotta follow my poop stickers. Okay. I got to follow my poop stickers. Okay. So Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, I had to stop going again, right? So I waited on Wednesday at my lowest weight. But then right after that, because I just had to run my mouth, I stopped going to the bathroom again. So backed up Wednesday, backed up Thursday, backed up Friday. By the time I weigh in on Friday, I think I'm back up to like 165. And I said, oh no, this is unacceptable. I was like, oh no, this is unacceptable. I will not stand for it. Okay. I won't stand for it. So I'm like, all right, well, maybe, if I give it a little time, I will go to the bathroom on Friday and then Saturday will be another, a better way in. Y'all know I still didn't go to the bathroom on Friday. I still didn't go. Okay. So I woke up this morning mad as hell. I woke up this morning mad as hell because I did not want to step on that scale. Now it is logged, so I did track it, but I did not want to step on that scale. And I did step on, and I think I was like, I think I was still 165, or something like that. And so I laid back down and I started doing the abdomen or intestinal or whatever, like the constipation massage, the abdominal massage that I showed y'all from a couple of weeks ago. I started doing that. Okay. I should have started it days earlier, but I don't know where my brain be. I wait 2 to 3 days and be like, oh, I haven't gone to the bathroom. So I laid there and I started my massage. Okay. It works like a charm. I don't know why I don't just do this on a regular basis. I only do it when it's an emergency. So I started. Now, by this point, I had already been upping my dose of my magnesium capsules. I had already been doubling my dose, but I still wasn't going yet. Now, as far as my water intake has been really effing good, but it's just coming right out of me. Like I just pee it right out. So yeah, I'm drinking, 70 to 90 ounces of water, but it's not going where I need it to go. It's not going into my digestive tract like I needed to. So I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do about that, but whatever, maybe increase my fiber. I don't know. Okay. So I started doing my massage. And when you do the massage, if you're constipated and you do this massage, you will know that things are getting moving because you will start to hear the gurgling or the growling. Like you will hear things get very, very, very activated. So I will say within an hour of me doing this massage, I was able to go to the bathroom. But clearly, I could tell I was incredibly constipated because your stool is harder when you're constipated. Okay. If you're more regular, if you're hydrated, or if you're not constipated, then it's more on the softer side. But it was very hard. So I'm like, okay, clearly I'm constipated. All right. So it needed some help physically to get moving. I also started taking Miralax today. But I didn't take a whole dose at once because I didn't want to end up with really, really soft stool. So what I did was I put a third of it in my coffee, in my first cup of coffee. And then a couple hours later, I put another third into my second cup of coffee. And I'll probably have the last third before I go to bed tonight. So I have started going to the bathroom officially today, but it's too late. Weigh-in day weigh-in day has already passed. So moving forward from today, okay, I was on Instacart putting a bunch of fruit in my basket so that I could try to increase my fiber intake for the upcoming week. But yeah, moving forward, I'm going to try to track my bowel movements on a day-to-day basis, because I don't know why I keep ending up in this position where it's been 3 to 4 days and then I'm like rushing to try to, get to the bathroom again because it's time to step on the scale. Okay. You add electrolytes when the water isn't hydrating you on its own. Okay. I know better. Okay. That's good. You're not dehydrated. The fiber can help too. Yes. So I did start adding some fruit to my cart. I got to be careful with the fruit because, fructose will go straight to the liver and it can, stunt your weight loss. But for now, we're going to just increase my fiber through some fruit. The Miralax does help my daughter. I never tried it for myself. Yeah, Miralax does help, but sometimes if I'm really extremely constipated, I have to take it for a couple of days. But because I had already been upping, Miralax is a magnesium supplement as well. Not supplement, but it's magnesium based. So because I had already been taking a magnesium supplement, I didn't want to overdo it with the Miralax. So I had to introduce it slowly, which worked out for me better. So I started going to the bathroom again as of today. We're going to go with the DEXA scan weigh-in because I think my scale might be a little off. My scale said I'm 164 point something after going to the bathroom. But when I went to get the DEXA scan, they weighed me at 165.2, which is still a 2-pound loss. Okay. So coming from 167, that's about 2.5 pounds. I think I was at 167.6 or something like that. Let's see. Last week. Where was I last week? Last week I was at 160. Oh no, that's exactly wait a minute. That's exactly 2 pounds, I think. I was at 167.2. And let me be, because I don't want to use the weight from different scales. I really don't. Because if I go by my scale, it says I'm at 164.2, which would be a 3-pound drop. But if I go by the DEXA scan or the scale at the office, I'm at 165.2. So what do y'all think? Should I keep it consistent with my scale or use the other way in? Because I don't know. Either way, it's a 2 to 3 pound drop, which is great. I just wish I wish one of these scales would have said that 163 again, because that's about 4 pounds. Okay. But it didn't work out in my favor. Okay. It didn't work out in my favor. So Nicole is a cheater and wants me to use the 164.2. But that's not necessarily cheating though. That's not necessarily cheating because it's the same scale. It is. Like the other scale at the oh, you know what? Hold on. There's 2 weigh-ins. There's what the DEXA scan tells me I am, and then there's what the actual manual scale told me I was. And I don't see. Oh, he didn't highlight it for me. There should be 2 different weigh-ins. Oh, okay. All right. So here it is. Okay. So Nicole is closer to being correct. Okay, so I'm going to go with the 164. I'm going to tell you why. So at the DEXA scan place, you get 2 weigh-ins. I got weighed in, like I stepped on a scale when I first got there, right? And that was 165.2. But by the time I laid down and actually did the scan picked me up at 164.7, which is more accurate. All right. So it's about a 0.5 pound difference between the actual DEXA scan weigh-in and my scale at home. So we're just gonna go with the 164.2. We're just gonna go with it because I don't think I had on any clothes during that weigh-in, because y'all know how y'all get about weighing in naked and shit. So or I had on a t-shirt, but when I went to the DEXA place, I had on more clothes. So we'll go. I don't think that's far off. I don't think that's so far off that it would be misleading. Y'all understand what I'm trying to say? So we're gonna go with the 164.2 because it's more consistent, like Nicole said, and that puts me at 1 Yes. Okay. So that, like I said before, that puts me at 3 pounds down, which is crazy because I don't think I've lost 3 pounds in a week in like months. I mean, I can't even tell you the last time I've lost more than like a pound and a half in a week. So yes, I think some of that is courtesy of I think some of that is courtesy of me just going to the bathroom. But I was actually looking at the body composition numbers on my app, and there was a difference in the body fat percentage. Whether or not we consider that accurate is going to depend on when I compare the body fat percentages in the app versus what I got from the DEXA scan, which I will have to do at a later time. All right. So, how did I get to 164 pounds, which is crazy? Like, y'all, guys, like, let's just have a moment. Okay. Can we just have a sidebar? Can we just have a clavicle check here so I don't have a meltdown? Because this is a big fucking deal. Okay. Now, the reason why I wanted it to still say 163 because 163 is officially my high school weight. It is my senior year weight. It is the lowest weight I can ever remember outside of elementary school being 120 pounds. So this is a big deal. I think this puts me within 22 pounds of my goal weight of 142 pounds. Did I calculate that right? Yes, 22 pounds. Doesn't it seem like every time I come on this stream in the past like month or so, I'm losing weight? I think that's for a number of reasons. I think it's based on the change, not just the 10 milligram, but the changes that I've been making over the past month or so, month and a half. So that is getting down to 164 is a huge deal, which tells me that probably by the time I get to Monday, I'll be back to the 163 point because hopefully some of that constipation will be resolved. Okay. So don't let your stool sit. All right. Go to the bathroom. If you're not going, do something about it. Don't wait a week. Don't wait 4 days. Don't wait 3 days because it'll start to hurt and you'll get heavy and then you'll be pissed off at the scale. All right. Like just when things start going awry, just make sure you do something before things get too dry or too hard up in there. Okay. So now that we know my actual weight, can I get some hearts in the chat? Can I get some love, you guys? Okay. Can I buy your love? Can I buy your love? So let's just see how I've been eating in order to get down to that 164 pounds because we're going to have to make some changes to my eating coming up. We're going to have to make some changes to my caloric intake based on my BMR. In fact, I have my BMR from the DEXA scan. I need to compare it to what I've been getting online and see which one is more accurate. Okay. So let's start from last Friday because that was the last time I gave y'all a weigh in. And I gave y'all a weigh in on Saturday, but I weighed in on Friday. So that was the day that I went out and I was having a busy day and I told y'all I had pizza. So I didn't have a great eating day. I was aiming for 1,500 I was aiming for 1,500 calories and I almost made it. I made it to about 1,300, but the quality of my calories was pretty bad because I was out and about. So I had a slice of pizza, a half a can of Mountain Dew, and y'all know me. I had me a Dunkin' Latte, a large one, being greedy. I don't know why. But this is when, I'm still on a 10 milligram at this point. So I had me a large Dunkin' Latte and I had me a powdered donut because I was already at Dunkin'. Okay, so whatever. It's just trash, all right? Because we're going to have to talk about how my eating has impacted and my exercise has impacted how much muscle I've lost over the past 18 months. All right. So 44 grams of protein in a day, that's pitiful. But my carbs were very high because of that pizza and probably because of the donut, because of everything I ate. My carbs were very, very high. So not the best day of eating. Next day, I did okay. I had 1,200 calories. I had 107 grams of protein this day. Okay, so that means I was paying attention and realized the day before was pitiful and tried to make up for it. All right. So I had my usual bacon, eggs, yogurt, blah, 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 blah. A little bit of cranberry juice, yogurt, protein shake, and some fruit. Okay. So This particular day, I had 107 grams of protein, which is good. That is on par. And we will talk about how my DEXA scan helped me determine how much protein I should be eating. Then on Saturday, I took my last 10 milligram injection. So Sunday, I didn't have much of an appetite. This is normal. Okay. I had some yogurt, and because I really couldn't eat, I just ate a hot dog like toward the end of the night. So I only ended up having 700 calories that day. So that's significantly under. We're going to try to do better with that. How much protein did I have that day? 30 grams. Pitiful. Monday, still no appetite. And the notes that I have are not appetite related. Yeah, other than the fact that I have no cravings. Okay. Most of my updates are bupropion or Wellbutrin related, but that I shared with the members already. Okay. And I had 60 ounces of water, which is about average for me, but I try to aim for 90. So 700 calories, not great, but we're going to work on it. The next day, still no appetite. I had about 850 calories. Now, by this time, no, I'm jumping ahead. Okay, so 850 calories, yogurt, again, no appetite, and a hot dog. I did the same thing that I did the day before, right? Remember, weeks ago, I decided to make my meals as simple as possible. The problem with that is on days where I have no appetite, it gets even like worse than simple. Like they're simple, and then there's like, I'm really not, like I really don't have an appetite, but I'm just going to try to eat something, okay? Which we're probably going to be changing that pretty soon as well. So 36 grams of protein, pitiful. 58 grams of carbs, which is not bad. 41 grams of fat, okay? Tuesday, 1,100 calories, so I did better. But my makeup of my calories is like really not great. Like again, under 50 grams of protein. Like what am I doing? What am I doing? I had a smoothie and I got a breakfast wrap from the smoothie place. I had another Dunkin' latte. Like, I don't know what was happening. Yeah, I still managed to have 1,100 calories, but 30 grams of protein. Like, I'm going to be without muscle if I don't stop. Okay. Like if I don't start paying closer attention to my protein, I know we talk about it till we're blue in the face, protein. But if I don't like start paying closer attention, I'm going to end up at my goal weight and I'm going to be very dissatisfied with my body composition. Wednesday, I start the Wellbutrin. So I was able to have 1,400 calories this day. And I did a little better. That was the short that I posted when I made 1 egg, half a bagel, some bacon. I had a protein shake this day. I had some milk and cookies. And I tried to have another hot dog as well, but I don't think I ended up finishing it. So that day I had 1,100 calories. None of these days, I think only one day so far I've managed to make it to 1,300 calories, which is going to be important when we get to the DEXA scan. I'm sorry, this particular day on Wednesday, I had 1,400 calories. Almost done. Thursday and Friday is what we have left. Well, technically Thursday is the last one we have. So Thursday, this is the day before weigh-in. This is also the day that I took my injection, but I waited. This is the day that I start the 7.5, but I waited until I was done eating for the day before I took my injection. So I made it to 1,400 calories. And I had the same thing I had the day before. I had an egg, some bacon, half of a bagel, a Dunkin' latte. I had some cookies and I had some egg noodles with cheese. Okay. And that particular day I had 57 grams of protein, which is not great, but it's better. And I didn't share the day before. I had 80 grams of protein. So now we are on Friday. Friday's food doesn't matter yet because my weigh-in happened before I started eating, okay? So Friday comes along and I weigh in at 165 pounds, which today I'm at 164. So with that being said, now is a good time to get into the DEXA scan, and you will see why my eating is reflecting in my body composition. My exercise is reflecting in my body composition. So for anyone that has ever wondered whether or not it was a good idea for them to get a body composition scan, now we're going to get into why it may be a good idea, whether you're at your goal weight or not, whether you're almost at your goal weight or not, because I've heard all the excuses. Okay. I know my cows are not great, but I do try to make it up on days 5 to 7. I try my best to be intentional with protein, but don't hit it each day. Okay. So I tried to record the breakdown that I was getting about the DEXA scan. I don't know how good the audio is because I haven't watched it yet. It's not edited. Like I literally was just filming it and then I was just gonna play it for you guys. So forgive me for the lack of quality. Okay, forgive me for the lack of quality. I don't know how good the audio is gonna be. If it's really bad, then I'll just try to recount as much as I remember. But I'm gonna share with y'all what I was told about my scan. Okay, here it is. I'm gonna share with y'all what I was told. And then I will share with you the pictures of the differences between my scan. And I actually, I stopped recording when the shit got really good because you'll see what happens. I had to stop and then start again. And then when I started again, I just got tired of recording. But there was a lot of good information because I started asking questions. So there was a lot of good information that got left out. But for the most part, I remember what we discussed. So we will get into some of that. Okay, that's not the right video. Let's go to. All right. The audio might be a little low. Y'all tell me what you think. If you can't really hear him, then I will just stop the video and try to explain. Um, you're definitely not the only one that doesn't hit their protein goals every day. Definitely improving though. Yeah, but I need to try a little harder. Okay, and I'm gonna tell you why. I need to try a lot harder, not a little harder. I need to try a lot harder, and hopefully titrating down from the 10 milligram is gonna allow me to do that. Which so far not good because I didn't eat shit today. But that was on purpose. One, I don't have an appetite, but also it's like I'm not about to force myself to eat when I'm already constipated. We're gonna have to address this constipation first and then get into like forcing myself to eat, which sounds terrible, but whatever. So let's get into y'all look a mess, but don't judge me, okay? Like I house sit cats on regular. So if y'all see cat hair on my stuff, it's hard to wear black when you take care of cats on a regular basis. Like it just really is. It's hard. All right. So y'all let me know how this volume sounds to y'all. And if it's really just low and you can't hear it at all, let me know in the chat and I will just explain instead of playing the video. Okay.
As much health metrics on this one in terms of big things that you can see here. We can definitely see the shape is changing now from that very first one. So that, if anything, is showing you that change is happening. Overall, we saw a 40.9 pound loss of overall weight, with about 28.2 of it being pure fat and about 12.6 of it being lean tissue.
Okay, so my last scan was in January of last year. So from my last scan of January of last year, I lost 40 pounds, which I think he said 20 something of it was pure fat.
Okay. So definitely losing more muscle, fat than muscle. Generally, what we consider, the conservative or what we like to see it at is usually a 3 or 4 to 1 ratio. So, for example, at 28 pounds, we would expect anywhere from about a 7 to 10 pound difference. Okay. So, 12.6, just a tad bit, a little bit more aggressive. I am completely happy with that.
So he did mention, how's the sound? Y'all let me know. So he did mention that with my 40-pound loss, 7 to 10 pounds would have been normal, but I'm at about 12 and a half pounds of muscle loss, which is, again, slightly aggressive, but not really cause for alarm. But we're going to talk about why I want to try to slow some of that down, and that will involve some changes in my eating.
The fact that you're losing almost double, well, no, it is double, more than double the amount of fat to muscle, we're doing good there. So that's great.
Okay.
We do see now that remember the official body fat percentage is going to be the one on this page, but again, that's the one without the skeleton on the first page. This one now you're down from 43.5 down to 37.2.
Okay.
So now in the 30s, getting very close to that 18 to 30 that we consider optimal health. Again, remember protein wise, again, we've added these two together. So roughly 100 to 105 grams of protein a day.
So I should be at 100 to 105 grams of protein per day. I am not getting that. If I do get it, it's about 1 day a week that I'm making it to 100 grams of protein. All right. So this is what the outcome of my skin was. I should be, eating much more protein. Okay. So let's continue.
And then, like I said, the total lean tissue now, the difference now that we see with the baseline and the previous, the baseline is going to be the difference between this scan and the very first scan. This one's going to be the difference between this one and the last one. So, for example, your overall lean tissue journey, you've lost 19.4 pounds of total lean through the whole process, with 12.6 since the last time. You've
All right. So in the entire, well, let's say 17 months, because technically I didn't get my first scan when I was at 242 pounds. My first scan was at 229 pounds. Then I got another scan at 205 pounds and now at 164. So from 229 to 164, from 229, that's 65 pounds. And around 19 of that was lean tissue. Okay, about 19 pounds of that was lean tissue.
lost 45.3 total pounds of fat since the very first scan, with 28.2 since the last one. And then overall weight has dropped. You've dropped, it says 64.6 since the very first one, and then 40.9 since the last one. So again, this number kind of tells you your overall journey from the very beginning, and this tells you what's happened since the last one.
Okay.
So that kind of helps you out there. In terms of the, again, we talked about body fat percentage going down. We are seeing, like I said, a little bit of lean tissue loss. We're definitely seeing it done some because we saw your arm or limbs lean mass index. And remember, that's the portion of your BMI that's arm and leg muscle tissue, go from 9.3 to 8.3. So that's about a kilogram per meter squared loss. We still would like to see you over, again, for ladies, 6.5. So you're still doing great.
Okay.
I'm not worried about it. But again, we are seeing some muscle loss, not just fluids. So we'll keep an eyeball on that one. And then with the bone density, I'm actually very pleased that with that much weight loss going down, we're not seeing too much bone density drop. As a matter of fact, it looks like it may only be about a 0.1, 0.2%. Let's take a quick look and see. 0.3. And so that's very good, because if you think about it, you're not carrying basically a 40-pound weight around with you all day anymore. And so that's a significant loss. And so again, the bone density is holding up. So that's great. Are you still doing some weight training right now, or?
Yeah, more so now than over the
Perfect.
past like 18 months. So yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So probably
And
since the last 2 months.
That's paying off benefits, because again, that we would have probably seen a more aggressive loss there if you weren't doing that, because those low bearing
it's been off
exercises
and
are
on.
important. But it helps.
Okay.
And so with the spine at 1.37, we generally like to see it over 1.15, and the legs over 1.25. You're at 1.38. So your bone density is still doing phenomenal. So that's excellent.
Okay.
One thing I do want to show you really quickly, this is your body fat percentage map, right? So this tells you how your body fat percentages are distributed.
I'm going to let him explain this body fat map first, and then I will show you the pictures that goes along with this.
Let's take a look at the last one so you can see the change. I always love showing the visual changes as well. Because it's, I don't know if you're like me, but when I lose weight, I have to lose massive amounts before I see it.
Absolutely.
And so it's just nice to see it. So look at how much red you had in the last image. So that was the last.
Hold on, I may be able to do both at the same time. Give me just a second. I may be able to show both, like his explanation versus the actual photo. Give me a second. Okay, download this. I've never tried this before on StreamYard to share an image alongside a video, but let's see if it'll let me. No, it's not gonna let me. Okay, so let me just go ahead and show you this first. So on the left-hand side is my very first scan, which is showing my body fat percentages, or well, it's a map of where most of the fat is showing up. So wherever you see green, actually, I think this is my last scan. Wherever you see the green, that's the lowest percentages of fat, and then the yellow, and then the red. On the right-hand side, you can see that as I lose the body fat, you can see more of that green coming through. So that's what he's going to be explaining. Why? Now I don't know what I did. Hold on. Can y'all hear that while this is on the screen? Can y'all hear this playing? Maybe not. Let me go ahead and add back to the stage.
all of it from the top, just a little bit on the triceps now. Most of the stuff coming up your sides is breaking down, and then the encroachment here is definitely backing off. Now, I wouldn't worry about the ones on the hips. A lot of our female bodybuilders don't lose the red on their hips till around 14%, 16%.
Okay.
So, again, that's going to be completely natural. But other than that, look how much of that you dropped off. And look how those greens are starting to fill back in now. You're
Yeah.
starting to see green in the trunk area. You're starting to see those legs fill out a little bit more. The arms are filling out. So a very good visual representation showing. And I don't know if you want to, or go, you're not.
All right. So let me see if I can answer y'all's questions. Okay. So Jen says, is the DEXA scan hype going on in any other community? Just curious, never heard of this in my life besides bone density scans. I don't know. I don't know. I got my first DEXA scan over 10 years ago before I even heard of a GLP-1. So I don't I don't know. I mean, it's a thing that some people care about as far as body composition. It's kind of like the thing about it is, I don't know if hype is the right word because we use body composition scales, right? And we take those numbers with a grain of salt or take it accurately or whatever. This is a visualization of a body composition scale. So I don't really think it's a hype. You're either into it or you're not. As far as any other community, I couldn't tell you, but I got my first scan done before I even heard of a GLP-1 thing, before I even heard of or started taking a GLP-1. So it's not a GLP-1 exclusive thing or idea. Even in a medically supervised weight loss clinic, I worked at a DEXA scan, was never once suggested or asked about. Yeah, I mean, some people are interested in the numbers. I'm using collagen peptides and supplements daily. Hope it helps. Okay. All right. So he goes on to explain like my body my BMR, which we've talked about a number of times. How many calories are you burning at rest versus when you're exercising or things like that. So for me currently at rest per the scale, I'm at about 1350 I think calories. Hold on. Yeah, I'm at 1337, which to me honestly is kind of low. He didn't seem very alarmed by it, but to me that's kind of low. So I started out at like when I was at 229 pounds. My BMR, meaning like how many calories I would burn if I just did nothing for the whole day, was at 1510. It has now dropped to 1337. So some of that is just going to happen with weight loss, or especially in the form of calorie cutting. That's gonna naturally happen where your body will pick up on the fact that you're eating less and will just start to burn less. We've talked about that since the beginning of my channel, but now I actually see how that plays out. So I have been eating less than this 1300 though. Even as far as my goals, I think I had on my non-workout days my goal of 1100 calories, and on my workout days 1500. And I really haven't been meeting those goals more than like twice a week. So I'm going to need to work on that. Now we also talked about visceral fat, which was interesting. Apparently, if you're under let me see what the actual scale said now that I can probably compare. But as far as the numbers go for visceral fat, I'm at an 18 down from a 57 when I got my first scan. And I did not know that as long as you're under 60, that's considered healthy. Now, considering the fact that I technically started out at 242 pounds, I wonder if I ever did touch that 60 number, but I don't know. Whatever the measurement is on this V-Sync scale, it's not the same, or it's a Texity. The scale isn't the same, okay? Because it has me at an 11 on here, but it only goes up to like a 15. So those numbers aren't not to say that they're not accurate, but whatever scale is being used by the app is not the same scale that's being used for the DEXA. So my visceral fat is actually in a healthy range, and I guess even at my highest weight always has been. He said that really if I didn't lose any more visceral, it will be perfectly fine, but I'm pretty sure that by the time I get another scan in 6 months, we'll see my subcutaneous and my visceral fat is down. So 20 pounds of, well, 19 to 20 pounds lost in the past 18 months, with 65 pounds of weight loss in the past 18 months. But I'm officially at 80 pounds now. Well, 78. I'm at 78 pounds now. Unfortunately, I don't have the numbers from when I first started out. I don't have those numbers, but I think I'm doing okay. He did say that he didn't want to throw things, not that he's a doctor, right? But he said he, wouldn't necessarily advise to throw things off by, saying that I should eat more if I'm still starting to lose weight. But I think what I'm going to end up doing is increasing my calories at least to the minimum, right? So if my basal metabolic rate is 1300, which means I'm at minimum burning 1300 if I do nothing, there's no reason for me to be eating below that, okay? At least for the majority of the week. So I'm going to try to increase my calories in that capacity. It might be a little hard with shot day and the day after shot day, but for the rest of the week, I'm going to try to increase my calories to that 1300 mark, even 1500, especially if I'm working out. I do want to maintain my muscle. I do want to maintain my muscle, but I also want to put on muscle, and I want to get stronger as well. So I'm going to have to do better than 30, 40, 50 grams of protein per day. Now, I know with the reason why I said some people might be interested in the DEXA scan. How else, right? Unless you just don't care, right? I'm not saying anybody should get one, but just out of curiosity, how else would y'all, like, how do y'all determine whether or not you are, like, okay, let's say you lose 100 pounds on a GLP-1, right? How do you determine whether that was mostly fat or muscle? Like, how would you know that? How would you know? Do y'all have any ideas? Or how would you know what ratio of fat to muscle that was? Because if I, let's say 10 pounds of muscle in the past year or lean tissue would have been healthy, right? But I'm at 12.5. Let's say it wasn't 12.5. Let's say it was 25.5. I would want to know that. Like I would want to know that my muscle loss or lean tissue loss was 2 to 3 times more aggressive than it should be. And we know for a fact, okay, we've seen the stories. Everybody has talked about it. We know there are people that are on GLP-1s that are just straight up not eating. We know that they're losing a good majority of their muscle, or a good amount of their muscle, even though they're losing 50, 60, 70 pounds. Yeah, they're losing body fat, which is great. Nobody can argue with that. But if you're losing 80 pounds of fat and 20, 30, 40 pounds of muscle, I don't think that that's necessarily considered productive or effective. You know what I mean? Like, especially with most of the people on GLP-1s being older, you kind of need every bit of muscle that you can get. So I have made a fuss about exercise. I have made a fuss about weight training. Have I always been consistent with it? No. Okay. I'm consistent now that I have a trainer. That's why I told him, yeah, in the past 2 months. But I do think this could be worse for me. Okay. It could be that I never worked out for the past 18 months and I would have seen more aggressive lean tissue loss. It could have been that I never tried to get a decent amount of calories in and I just listened to my body and just didn't eat for most of the week. And I think that my lean tissue loss would have been more aggressive. So it could have been worse, right? It's not terrible, but considering I have the information, I am going to try to do better with my eating. It hasn't been obviously it hasn't been a perfect journey or a perfect 18 months since I've started, but I'm damn near 80 pounds down. Okay. So I'm happy with my progress. I'm happy with my results so far, but I would like to try, to slow down on some of that muscle loss. I would also like to try to prevent my BMR from dropping further. Like, I am dangerously close to my resting metabolic rate or my basal metabolic rate. I'm dangerously close to that being 1200 calories or under, which we know when that happens, you start to regain weight because you can't, no matter what you eat, you're not burning enough to even maintain the weight that you lost. Like you're burning so little that if you eat any more than what you're burning, you're going to gain weight. Okay. So I definitely don't want to see that 1337 drop under 1200. That would be crazy to me. I wish I had maintained closer to that 1510. I do. I wish I had maintained closer to that 1510, but I think some of the slowing of the metabolism is normal, but and obviously the less you weigh, the less food you need anyway. But I really I don't want it to be like your BMR is 987 calories. And it's like, you're just basically going to tell me I got to eat 600 calories a day. That's what you're going to tell me. Like I can only have 800 to 1,000 calories a day or I'm going to gain weight. Like, no, absolutely the fuck not. Okay. So you're doing wonderful. Thank you. I think I'm doing great. The eating, we'll see how the titrating down works out for my eating. Day after shot day is a wrap for me. I just make sure I stay hydrated. Yeah, it's over. Okay. So I like to call shot day 0. I take my shot in the evening. So that's day 0. So ideally, right, I will eat before my shot so that I know the calories for that day are locked in. But after day 0, days 1 and 2, I'm a goner. 700 calories. That's about all I got in me. That's about all I got in me. Some 800 calories. That's about it. That's about all I got so far on the 10 milligram. We'll see how it works out with the 7.5. Now, days 3, 4, I start to creep up over 1,000 calories. And by the time I get to days 5, 6, 7, then yeah, I can have that 1,500 calories. But man, days 1 and 2, 700, that's about all I got. That is about all I got. Okay. So we will see. Yeah, I'm interested in getting scanned. I'm still early, only 7 weeks in. I got my first scan. I wish I had done it within the same week of me starting on Zepbound or before I started, because I would have liked to see a more accurate picture from that 242-pound mark. But yeah, like I got my first scan, I think about 5, 6, 7 weeks in as well. So I understand. And this is the equivalent, not the equivalent, right? But it's the same way I tell people to take pictures and y'all just be straight up ignoring me. It's fine. It's your life. But I've been trying to tell y'all to like document other than on the scale, okay? And clothing, right? Document in ways that are visual so that you can look back on where you came from. So yes, I have pictures, but I do like the body fat maps that show that, that shows that exactly where I'm losing fat. We also got into my hip to weight ratio, and it took almost 50 pounds to see an improvement, right? Like it took almost 50 pounds for me to, like my first 40 pounds, my first 30 to 40 pounds, it was like I was losing so proportionately that it wasn't really showing up like on the scan that, as a woman, you typically want to have a smaller waist than your hips or whatever. Now that's actually starting to show up. But I mean, honestly, even looking at this, I still feel like I have a long way to go. Like maybe I'll do this as members only, but yeah, I say I got 22 pounds to go, but I can tell y'all right now, it's not gonna stop at the 22 pounds. I can almost guarantee that I'm gonna get this next 22 pounds off and I'm gonna continue losing weight. But we will see. I'm keeping an open mind. We will see. One now to compare and one to compare. Okay. Nicole says I'm still interested in DEXA scans, but as long as I'm eating majority healthy and getting exercise, I'm not worried. Well, until now, since I'm unable to work out at the moment. Okay. What do you think of those smart scales to stay on track? I have one. I don't necessarily put a lot of stock into the body composition statistics, though. I take it with a grain of salt. I will say that, right? So I will compare a number, let's say total body fat or whatever it says on there, right? Or protein or muscle, whatever. I will take the number from 30 pounds ago, 20 pounds ago, and compare it to the number it is now, and use that as like a top level 1,000-foot view. But The DEXA scans are how I get it the most accurate depiction. So I like the body composition scales. I've always used one. I mostly just use it for the actual weigh-in. I really don't pay close enough attention to all of the other metrics. Like my scale has my BMR at 1498 and the DEXA scan has me at 1337. So, I mean, you don't have to get this done, but I like the images. I like the comparisons. I like the more in-depth numbers. I do care about that kind of stuff. Maybe because I'm not one of those people who didn't and doesn't eat. What do you mean? Maybe because I'm not one of those people who didn't and doesn't eat and I eat all the meats. I might have missed one of your comments, Jen. Hold on, let me see. Let me scroll back. No, I didn't. Or if I did, it didn't show up in StreamYard. Maybe because I'm not one of those people who did it and doesn't eat. Are you saying you eat regularly? Like you never had a problem with eating on the GLP-1? Is that what you're saying? Like you've just always been able to eat enough or whatever. Have you ever been concerned with, I think you lost over 100 pounds, Jen. Have you ever been concerned with like what your muscle looks like after that 100 pounds or what your lean tissue looks like after that 100 pounds of weight loss? If not, then fine. But I'm just curious if you like ever cared or anything. Okay, so your girl is getting skinty. You know what I really liked? Y'all see how on top of my, because somebody clocked this before. Look at the difference in my shoulders. Look at the red, which is, you know, fat. And the yellow is fat too. But the red is like the high. So the green is low. I should have explained this. The greens are low amounts of fat. The yellow is the medium amount of fat and red is high amounts of fat. Okay. So clearly I have a lot of, you know, side and hip fat, love handles and all of that. But look at the shoulders. Look how I had that red, that high amount of fat around the shoulders. And on the newer scan, it's virtually gone. Like I virtually have like no fat up here. Or no high amounts of fat. Like you still see some yellow and stuff. Like I definitely still have some fat, but this is how, like, look, I have shoulders. My shoulders were like this, like the connection between like my jaw and my shoulder was like, there was barely any space. You've never had that issue. Okay. All right. I understand. Okay. I understand people wanting them if they had an issue eating. A DEXA scan? I don't really think it has anything to do with eating though, unless you care about the BMR, which I did. Like, I care about not being skin and bones is what I'm trying to say. And I don't mean aesthetically, I mean physically and strength wise, right? Like I care about not losing so much muscle and then having to work my ass off to build it all back. Some muscle loss, some lean tissue loss is normal. I do my DEXA scan to make sure that my lean tissue loss is not overly aggressive. That's why I do it. Okay. And plus I like to see where I'm actually losing the body fat. I do care about that. Now, if you're already at your goal weight, is there a point to getting a DEXA scan? If you don't care about the makeup of bone density, body fat, and muscle, no. Like if you don't care, or if it doesn't matter, then no, there's really no point. But I would want to know if, for me personally, I would want to know if I was losing more muscle than fat. I would want to know if my muscle loss was too aggressive. I would want to know if my bone density was suffering from my weight loss. Like, because when you're losing weight, you don't get to pick where it comes from. Hence me being very vain and doing my body contouring. Okay. If you haven't seen it already, then check out my shorts. But yeah, you don't get to pick where the weight loss comes from. So you're going to lose a little bit of everything. And I just think that I don't think for the average person, this necessarily matters, right? Because when you were talking about obesity, the idea, the plan, the objective, get the weight off. But when we talk about being on a GLP-1 in particular, it's like we know, oh, I see. You know what? I think I knew what you mean now because I was just about to make a point. We know that people are not eating. So what you're saying is because you never had the issue with eating, you probably don't have the muscle issue, is what you're saying. Is that what you're saying, Jen? Jen, we all know you're doing the best you can. We've seen you, Jen, and you fine as hell, okay? But were you trying to say because you never had an issue with eating, you probably didn't lose like aggressively with the muscle? Is that what you were saying? I think that's what you were saying. I think that's what you were saying. I'm pretty sure that's what you were saying. So yes. So if that's what you were saying, then yes. If a person, you know, is being neglectful, me, of their diet, me, and does not have a balanced diet, me, okay, has a more of a higher carb diet than protein, me, okay, hasn't worked out consistently and weight trained and done weight bearing exercise consistently, me, yes, I need to be concerned about how aggressive my muscle loss is. Yes, I would say so. Yes. Okay. Okay. I got you. Okay. Yes. For somebody like me that has done most of the things, but has not done all of the things, especially not consistently, then yes, I need to be careful. For me personally, I need to be careful that I'm not being too aggressive with my weight loss. But Jen, you also said you didn't weight train during your journey. So that may be something of interest as well. Even though you were able to eat, you probably, I mean, I guess there's no way to know now because you don't have the numbers from before, but you probably were able to maintain a good amount of lean tissue. But I remember you saying you wanted to put on some weight as well. The girlies want a soft life. I want a simple life. I don't really know what the soft life is, but I think I'm aiming more towards simple too. That's why I started to simplify my meals, because it's like, if I can make them simpler, I'm more likely to eat them. If I have to think about what I'm going to eat every single day, like I think I have my breakfast down pat. I probably won't change my breakfast for the next 3 months. Okay. I got protein, I got fat, and I got carbs. Everybody leave me alone. It's half a bagel with an egg and 3 pieces of bacon. I got protein. I even got fiber in the bagel for the fiber people. Okay. I got half a bagel. I got some eggs. I got some bacon, and I got some coffee with cream and a little bit of sugar. I'm not changing shit unless I go out to eat and I want some pancakes or something like that. But I have been so let's also get into why I think I've been so successful with my weight loss in the past couple of months. Okay. So, well, month and a half. I don't know about December. For one, I'm eating out significantly less. We talked about this. My dad with the chicken wings and me with the eating on the road. I eat out probably once a week. I had pizza last week and still managed to be 3 pounds down. I had soda last week, which I went from almost never drinking soda to now having it like once or twice a week. Like, I don't know what's going on with me, but if I had to guess, I think now that I've lost so much weight and I've played around with my diet so much, I kind of know what I can get away with without being extremely restrictive. So I've been indulging in my Baja Blast. Okay. So the eating out. I think the eating out has hindered me for 17 out of 18 months on this journey. I'm not even going to bullshit with y'all. I'm not even going to bullshit with y'all. I've eaten tons of fried food. I've eaten tons of highly sweetened food. I've eaten tons of bread. Like, I've eaten out a lot during this journey, okay? Because I was still seeing success, but not, even though it wasn't as fast as I wanted it to be, I reined in the eating out. Okay, so it wasn't as bad as before I started on the GLP-1, but it was still a lot. Even throughout the 10 milligram, it was still a lot. It was still more than it needed to be. It wasn't until the new year, after I came back from the birthday trip, that I actually reined in the eating out. So I think that has allowed me to see a lot of success. Is that worse than the orgasm thing? Sunshine, Sussex. Okay. And the sugar. Okay. I'm pretty much over the sugar, if y'all can believe it. This is the same person that 8 months ago had a meltdown in fucking Amsterdam and Switzerland over sweets. But I'm pretty much over it. I still have sugar, but not a lot. I've mostly just narrowed it down to my coffee. And then if I have half a can to a full can of soda during the week, once I'm done with my Baja Blast, I probably will go back down to 0 or a Coke Zero on occasion. And as far as like snacking on anything that's sweet, in the beginning of the week, I was still doing the like buy a donut with a Dunkin' Latte thing. So I probably do that like once or twice a week. And as far as at home, I have some Oreo thins that I'll eat one serving of during the day. But for the most part, I'm not eating a lot of sugar. I'm just kind of over it. I think that part of that has to do with the new year. In the past week or so, I would have to 100% say part of that has to do with the Wellbutrin. Now, Zepbound is amazing enough on its own. The 10 milligram is amazing enough on its own with what it does. But things have been taken up a notch with the addition of the Wellbutrin, which I've been sharing how that's been going for me with the members only, because I don't want to get bombarded with questions about it, talking about it publicly, because it is an antidepressant, but it is used off label for other stuff. Does suppress my appetite, but it's also been allowing me to enjoy more of my dopamine stimulation. So because I'm doing better as far as dopamine goes, I don't even desire sugar. I drink sweet coffee based on habit. I'll have a cookie based on just wanting a cookie. But as far as like crashing out, like hinging or anything or being greedy, not really. Not really. Like things have definitely been taken up a notch with the Wellbutrin. And I think it's because of the dopamine. I think it's because I'm getting the dopamine addressed that I just don't have, I don't even care. Like I just don't have any interest in all of the other raggedy stuff that I was eating. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the soft girl era is. I don't know what that is. I don't know. I do hear in the community a lot about not eating. I usually keep my comments to myself. Child, I didn't weight train when I was obese. Oh, I weight trained off and on. So I think that spared me to some extent. But yeah. Hey geez, how you doing? That's a good breakfast. Add some berries for fiber too. I'm not a fan of like berries, but what about citrus? Because I know it's higher in sugar, but not been planning. I put some mandarins in my shopping cart. I put some apple slices, and I thought there was another one. Maybe not. So far I'm at mandarins and apple slices. Maybe I can try the berries. I'm not a fan of eating berries. I will drink them in a smoothie. In fact, the smoothie I had earlier this week was acai berry based. I think it was acai berry, strawberry, and blackberries. It was a bunch of berries, but smoothies have added sugar and stuff if you buy it from a smoothie place. But I'll consider the berries. Pizza and soda isn't all bad. No. However, I come from a background of emotional eating, never diagnosed with eating an ED, but I come from a background of not being able to control my intake of those things until very recently. So I would say starting Zepbound helped, starting on tirzepatide helped reduce the amount, but it didn't reduce my desire. Coming into the new year, I didn't know anything about Wellbutrin, so that was completely unrelated at first. I decided to just fall back on a lot of that stuff. Like I can have those things, but I really need to rein in how often. And then like right after that, I started the Wellbutrin, which now I don't even necessarily want or desire those things. Like I just don't care. I just don't care. Like I can have it, but it's like I don't feel so deprived, because when you crave those things, you're chasing something. You're chasing that dopamine hit. Now that I'm taking a dopamine reuptake inhibitor, which means my dopamine can sit in I believe it's the synapses of the brain a little bit longer or a lot longer, whatever, before it gets swept away. I feel a lot better. I feel so much better that I just don't crave some of those foods now. And a lot of people got that effect from tirzepatide. It never really took away my craving for those things. It just made me be able to eat them less often. I made my own flatbread pizza yesterday for the first time, and it was so good. I enjoyed that. I enjoy what I was able to have. Yeah, that sounds like work. Now, you know how Jen said the simple life? I wish I was a make my own flatbread kind of girly. I would take homemade pizza over takeout any day. Yeah, there's this in North Carolina, there is this authentic Italian. I told y'all about this. I will never stop talking about it, but there's this authentic Italian place that gets their flour imported from Italy. They actually get a lot of their ingredients, if not all of them, imported. But the flour, the cheese, I don't know about the sauce or the tomatoes for the sauce, but the flour and the cheese is imported. Okay. So I don't have to deal with that like overly processed American flour. Don't get me wrong. I love a New York style slice of pizza. I love a greasy slice of New York style pizza. I even like some chain pizza. I like Domino's. I like Mellow Mush. I love pizza. It's my favorite food. But this place is something else. The pizza is thin, right? Like Italian pizza. It's thin crust and it's small. Like the pie is small. So the pie is only about 4 slices. So enough for you and one other person. Even then, depending on how hungry you are, or if you're dealing with like a grown man, you probably need a pie and a half or 2 pies. But it's so delicious. And I don't get sleepy when I eat it. I don't feel stuffed. It's the perfect GLP-1 pizza. It's the perfect gluten sensitivity pizza because it doesn't trigger whatever gluten sensitivities that I have. But yeah, it's amazing. So pizza and soda isn't all bad, but I definitely come from a background of overindulging in those things. And I would say even for 15, 16, 17 months out of this journey, I was still overindulging. Not as much as before, but still a bit much. Can't hang much longer, guys. I gotta be up at 5 a.m. to get to the hospital for my brother's surgery. Sending prayers, Nicole. I hope everything works out well. And of course, you can let us know in the community or on your channel when you get some more information tomorrow. So tell your brother we all say good luck and send in prayers. Pizza on pita bread is good and quick. But I gotta put the ingredient. I'm lazy. I gotta put the ingredients together, don't I? I gotta put the ingredient. I gotta get. So what do you use for sauce? Do you use like a jar sauce, like a pizza sauce that's already made? I'm so lazy. I want people to do stuff for me. Like it's hard enough that I have to make bacon and eggs every day, or most days out of the week. It's hard enough that I have to cook my own food. I don't like cooking. I don't think fixing my dopamine will make me want to cook. I do cook because I have to, but I don't think fixing my dopamine will make me want to cook. I use naan bread as a shortcut. Naan is amazing. Naan is amazing. Took all of a few minutes to put together. My kids love it too. Okay, so you use the naan. Actually, I worked at a restaurant that used to do that naan bread pizza. So, what sauce do you use? Because the mozzarella or whatever cheese is easy. So the bread, the cheese, and the toppings. But what sauce do you use? Because if I'm feeling froggy, I will go to Aldi tomorrow and get some naan bread and try that out for myself. I'm just lazy. So like I said, from my Lose It logs, lately I've been just eating, I've simplified my breakfast. Well, not breakfast, it's really lunch, but I've simplified it to an egg. I try to eat 2 eggs for the extra protein, but it's really hard. So I think I'm going to buy, the yolk makes it hard, like the fat from the yolk. So I think I'm going to just buy some extra egg whites to add to my egg for more protein. Can y'all, so let's transition into this. Let me make sure I covered everything I wanted to cover. Y'all know I've lost 3 pounds. Y'all see my body fat percentages changes on the screen, which is great. Y'all know my BMR, which is 1,300 calories. Y'all know that I need to be eating about 100 grams of protein per day. Y'all know all of that. So now, can y'all give me some ideas on what y'all do for protein? Let me make sure I covered everything that I needed to cover. Yes. And I will do the my Oura Ring sleep statistics and stuff like that, my breathing. Somebody had asked if I can breathe in my waist trainer, and the answer is yes. If you can't breathe, you're doing it wrong. But I'll go over all of that for the members only stream when I cover the Wellbutrin update and the body contouring. So Rouse is like $17 a jar. Oh my God, you're so bougie kissed by the sun. Rouse is like $23 a jar. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me stop complaining because I did ask you. Okay, all right. I will keep that in mind. Okay. What do y'all do for protein? Okay. If somebody was just getting started and needed some ideas to make sure that they're getting their protein at least most of the week, maybe not every day, but at least most of the week, what would you tell them? Because I got me beat. Because I don't just be knowing. They even sell the crust now. Not sure if you have a Wegmans, but they have a section for making your own pizza. Y'all just gonna keep going down this make your own pizza rabbit hole. When I told y'all I am lazy. Not that I won't do it. I'm just gonna complain about it now and then while I do it. So y'all tell me what protein ideas you have and how do y'all think I can incorporate more protein into my diet, considering I'm on an appetite suppressant medication, technically too? And I know, okay, I know that I need to expand my palate more. I am aware of this, but be gentle, be patient with me. Okay, y'all have been patient with me this long, so just continue to be patient. I know I need to expand my palate. I know I need to get some vegetables into my diet. I know these things, but bear with me, okay? Chicken crust pizza is a night protein meal. Chicken crust pizza. Rhonda? Hello, Rhonda. What the hell is chicken crust pizza? What is that? Chicken crust pizza. What is that? I use unflavored collagen peptides in my tea for easy protein. Okay. Rouse isn't that bad anymore. Maybe $7. Oh, okay. All right. Maybe I'm just being cheap. Maybe I'm just being cheap because I like Bertoli, which is like maybe $5, $6. So if Rouse is $7, I don't know. Are you sure? What state you in? Oh yeah, that was Jen. So Jen is in Massachusetts. So if you getting Rouse for $7 in Massachusetts, I bet not go to that grocery store in Raleigh and see Rouse for $14. I bet not. I bet not. I'm gonna be upset. Oh, you stock up from Sam's. Okay, you got the cheat code. You make a pizza with ground chicken, Parmesan cheese, and an egg, and then you add your sauce and what other kind of toppings you like. You know what I used to do when I was on keto? I used to just eat the toppings. I would lay out like a layer of pepperoni, and then I would put cheese and garlic and crushed pepper and stuff on top and eat that. But I'm not so anti-bread now. Like I have tried to go gluten-free several times, and I always feel better when I do it, but it really, really limits my diet. So now I'm like gluten limited, I would say. Like I will eat bread, I will eat wheat, I will eat flour, I will eat gluten, but when possible and when tasty, I will opt for gluten free. Okay, so I'm not avoiding bread necessarily, but I'm not necessarily about to like eat a ton of it either. For example, my bagel, right? In order to try to cut down on the flour, I was just eating half, but I did something different yesterday. So what I did was I gutted the bagel. Like I ate both sides, but I just carved out the middle. Like it's something my mother used to do when I was younger when she was trying to watch her figure or she didn't want to eat as much starch. She was a bread lover. She would eat bread, but she would take like let's say depending on what part of the country you come from, hoagie roll, sub roll, hero, you know, the long Italian rolls. She would eat it, but she would take the middle out of the bread, which is like the best part. So I guess she would mostly just be eating the crust. So I did that with my bagel. I carved out the middle of my bagel so that I can actually make a sandwich and not just have half a bagel. And it worked for me. I would say I probably cut the carbs in that bagel by a third and cut the gluten by a third, you know, because I am a little sensitive to the gluten, but so that worked for me. That worked for me. That worked for me. Kist is throwing down in that kitchen for real. I would say, hi, Andrew. How are you doing? You bake the chicken as the crust. Okay. I tried cauliflower crust pizza and I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I like cottage cheese also, but I know it's not everyone's groove. Pizza at home is so good. All right. Y'all convinced me. Okay. You can't convince me to walk, but you have convinced me to try this at home pizza thing because you just reminded me, Kissed by the Sun, that I definitely used to eat homemade pizza, restaurant made, but it was basically homemade because they just slapped it together with some non-bread. They would put the sauce, they would put the cheese, and they would put the pepperoni. And I used to eat it all the time years ago when I worked at a restaurant. So I could totally do that at home. The reason why I shy away is because I'd be worried about having crappy sauce. But if you vouching for the rouse, then I'll go with that. Okay, so what other ideas for protein? So I can add more protein to my breakfast/lunch by adding some cream cheese to my eggs. And the reason I started doing that is because I was in Mexico trying to order a bacon, egg, and cheese, and my Spanglish was not Spanglishing. And we had a bit of a misunderstanding, and she put cream cheese in my eggs instead of cheddar cheese, like actual cheddar cheese or not American. They wouldn't have American cheese, but cheddar cheese or whatever. So she put cream cheese in my eggs and I didn't, it was too late. Like I couldn't do nothing about it. but I actually ate it and it was good. So I can do cream cheese on my eggs. I can add extra egg whites to my eggs. I've been having milk in my coffee instead of half and half because I get more protein out of having milk versus just having half and half. Half and half is more on the fatty side, which I don't mind, but just to get a little extra protein, I've been using whole milk. I'm trying to think. I don't really know. And then I have my meat, I have my bacon, I have my eggs, and that's pretty much it for the protein for my breakfast. I don't really know of a way I could add more protein to that. Edamame is a nice source of protein and fiber. I have never had that, but it's a legume, isn't it? Is it? For those who don't like the texture of cottage cheese, you just blend it like into a smoothie. Make some baked chicken. Okay. Walking and cooking at home is a game changer. I know. No, for real, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I have seen more weight loss in the past probably like 6 weeks than I have in probably the past 2 to 3 months because I have been eating at home. So now I'm just kind of over the eating out. I will eat out, but I'm over it because I've seen more results from just eating at home. Like, it's okay if it's boring, it's fine. Just eat it. It is okay. You will live. Eating out is not going anywhere. Kim says, my goal is 80 grams of protein a day, but I struggle to get that. People constantly share cottage cheese recipes for added protein, but I don't like cottage cheese, unfortunately. Can I just say this? I am not pro eating things that you don't like. I'm not pro eating things that you don't like, okay? Or forcing down things that you don't like. Can we expand our palates over time? Yes. But like, as far as cottage cheese recipes, I don't know if I like cottage cheese because I've never had it. But if I knew I didn't like it, there's no way I'm following a cottage cheese recipe. There's just no way. Like, if that's working for people, that's working for them. There's no freaking way I'm about to try to figure out how to incorporate cottage cheese in my life if I already know I don't like it. What's a good example of that? I don't know. Like salmon, okay? Like salmon. I don't like salmon, but I'm open to maybe my palate adjusting to liking it. But I don't try to force salmon into my diet. Greek yogurt. I don't like Greek yogurt. I don't like yogurt in general, but I will drink some drinkable yogurt to help get it down. So I drink some yogurt, but I don't really like having to eat yogurt with a spoon. So I don't try to force it into my diet. So I'm really not a fan of forcing yourself to eat things that you don't like. Just we find another way. Greek yogurt in your eggs. See. Cottage cheese, maybe, because I've never tried it. Because I know I like cream cheese. I don't know. Is cottage cheese like tart or something? I don't even know what it tastes like. Greek yogurt. You know what? Let me think about that because I will put milk in my eggs, milk or cream. I don't know about the Greek yogurt in my eggs though, because I feel like it would taste sour, like tart. But does it? Does it though? Who's done the Greek yogurt in the eggs? Because off the top of my head, I'm like, ew, that's nasty. That would be incredibly tart. I don't, but if I'm cooking it into the eggs, am I really gonna taste it? What do y'all think? Blended cottage cheese is a game changer. Good way to substitute mayo. I already don't eat it. So if I'm blending the cottage cheese, what do I put it on? Do I put it like on a bagel? I actually don't even know how to eat cottage cheese. Do you just eat it out of a jar, or not of a jar, but like out of a tub or a container? How do people typically eat it? Does cottage cheese even taste like anything? I've never had it. If it doesn't taste like anything, then that might be a good opportunity to put it in my eggs. But is it going to change like the texture of my eggs, or is it just going to melt because it's cheese? Use full fat cottage cheese makes a difference. Yeah, I don't do low fat. That's been for about the past 2 years. I don't do reduced fat, nothing, low fat, nothing, skim, nothing. My dairy is full fat. I don't play them games. I full fat, whole milk, half and half, heavy cream, full fat cheese. I'm not doing no reduced fat. I'm not doing it. Chicken salad, ground turkey, taco salad, chicken taco salad. Okay, so I'm not a salad eater, but I've been thinking about this. Maybe, okay, this is like brain, this is like trigonometry, like this is like calculus to me, okay? Eating chicken on a salad. Let me tell you why. Because the salad is cold, but the chicken be hot if it's a Caesar. Or I guess you can get cold chicken, but who wants that? Like y'all out here eating cold chicken. So combining chicken with a salad is like calculus to me, but it's probably my only chance to getting a salad into my diet. And I can start off small. I can start off with like a small kitty size salad, which is really just romaine to me. Because I know I can tolerate romaine. It's really just some romaine chopped up with maybe like a boiled egg and some chicken. Maybe like if I could start with like a cup like this big, then maybe work myself to a bowl over the summer. Okay. All right. On a bagel. Okay. Cottage cheese on a bagel. Definitely try the cottage cheese and see if you like it. It's like ricotta cheese using lasagna. I like ricotta. I have not tried ricotta in my eggs, but I do like ricotta in my lasagna. So I like ricotta cheese. I like cream cheese. I like hard cheeses, cheddar, Gouda. Cottage is the only one I have not had because I don't know how to eat it. I don't know what you do with it. So y'all are saying in the eggs, and Andrew said on a bagel, it will make it creamier. Cold chicken, not good. I'm not a salad eater outside my house. Yeah, Jen's not leaving her house for salad or chicken. So that's a double whammy. I love tuna. Don't like tuna. Not gonna happen. Don't like tuna. I'm more of a dairy, chicken, maybe a little fish. If I can find a good place that has it, a good fish market. My trainer wants me to get more beef in. I've been working on it. Now, I 2 weeks ago had made some like hamburger helper out of the box, and I used beef. And it like I ate it for like 3 days or whatever. But the problem with that is the sodium. So even though I'm getting the protein from the beef, you know, it's a powdered cheese mix. So I know it has to be really, really high in sodium. So if I can make my hamburger helper from scratch, that would be a game changer for me as far as getting beef into my diet. I have tried steak for breakfast. Not the biggest fan, but can I get a little in throughout the week? Yes, I can get a little breakfast steak in. Add fruit to my blended cottage cheese or regular cottage cheese. I use a blended cottage cheese for taco salad. My 17-year-old granddaughter didn't know the difference. I had to tell her. Oh, okay. The chicken salad I'm talking about is the same way you would make a tuna salad. Oh, okay. So it's like a bunch of stuff mixed together, right? Because I don't really know tuna salad either. But like tuna salad makes me think of like a potato salad. So a chicken salad is not like lettuce, right? It's not lettuce. It's like chicken and cheese and I don't know. Is there mayo? I don't know I don't know what's in there. I don't know. Sour cream, another one that I have not had. Okay, sour cream isn't cheese, is it? No, it's not cheese. So I haven't had cottage cheese and I haven't had sour cream. Okay. Lean ground beef is good. Getting more beef isn't hamburger helper. If I'm putting ground beef into a pot of pasta, how is that not getting more beef? I'm not eating a ribeye roast. I'm not doing that. See, and this is where y'all start getting judgmental. See, no, so let me go ahead and rein it in, okay? Let me go ahead and rein it in. I am not about to be a person that's eating 6 ounces of steak or roast or any of that for dinner. It's not happening. 4 ounces, 6 ounces, 18 ounces. I'm not eating a whole cow. I'm not doing it, okay? So if I have a little bit of steak, pepper steak, if I have a little bit of steak with my eggs, and if I have some goddamn hamburger helper, the beef is in there. It's getting counted, okay? If I have 2 ounces of ground beef, it's getting counted. I don't know what the hell y'all are on. I'm not eating no goddamn ribeye. I'm not doing that. Sliced thin. You can use leftover for sandwiches, a salad, put it over gravy and rice. Yeah, I'm not. Let me, okay, before I say I'm not, let me look it up. Ribeye roast. That sounds like a waste of money to me because I don't like beef. Okay. So when I say get a little in, that's why I would say something like hamburger helper because I'm talking about ground beef. So for a person that doesn't like beef, hamburger meat is about as simple as it's gonna get. Okay, so and see, and then Google just has to ruin it because of course they're gonna show me like medium rare, medium well, uncooked mooing cow, uncooked mooing cow, uncooked mooing cow. Okay, moo. Okay, that's what it looks like when I look at the pictures. What about meatloaf? Meat and loaf don't go together. My mom actually made me make a meatloaf when I was younger, and I didn't even eat it. Well, she made me make it because she was like teaching me to cook and stuff. And my sister said it was great, but I didn't eat it. I don't believe meat should be in loaf form. To be clear, I don't actually like the ground beef, okay? But I will tolerate it in spaghetti. I will tolerate it with pasta is the point that I'm trying to make. So lasagna, spaghetti, hamburger helper, baked ziti. I don't like ground beef, but I will tolerate it. I will eat it if it's in with some pasta, okay? So that's that. I have a lettuce wrap hamburger sometimes. Maybe I can do like chicken lettuce. Well, are you doing okay? Yeah, no, because we're talking about getting more greens in. So maybe I can do a lettuce wrap, but like a taco, like a what do you call it? Like a taco boat, a chicken boat? I don't know. The you ever seen? Do y'all have at the grocery store the lettuce that's already in the shape of like boats? Or wraps, like they cost more than just buying a lettuce head, but it's already kind of in the shape of like a boat or a taco. So that might work. And mashed potatoes. I like potatoes. I can do like baked potatoes, like diced potatoes and bake them. Do I have to mash them? I don't think potatoes should be mashed, and I don't think meat should be loafed. I don't think potatoes should be mashed, and I don't think meat should be loafed. Bread should be loafed, but I don't think meat should be loafed. I love steak, but only well done. I know that offends a lot of people. Yeah, I will eat it. I will eat it well done. I have to be okay. I'm working on it. I have to be a little more open. Lamb. I can't say no to lamb because I've never had it, and I actually don't know where to get it from. So I can't say no to lamb. I'm not going to say no to lamb. Well, here's the thing. When it comes to being open-minded, I think that applies to things that I never tasted, right? So I've never had cottage cheese. I can't say I don't like it, right? I have a habit of saying I don't like things that I've never tried. But if I already know I don't like it, that's not being open-minded to eat it anyway. That's me forcing it down. So when I'm eating ground beef in whatever form, that's me eating it because I feel like I have to some extent, okay? When I'm eating steak, I don't like steak. I can tolerate steak, okay? I can make it taste somewhat good for me. It may taste great to somebody else, but I don't really enjoy it. I can just make it to the point where it's tolerable. I don't like beef. I don't like it. So I just feel however much I can get in is what I can get in. Whatever form I can get it in is the form I can get it in. But for me, expanding my palate and being open-minded is to try things that I don't know if I like or not. Because what if I do like lamb? I don't know. I've never had it. What if I do like it? What if I do like cottage cheese? What if I like, I don't know, Brussels sprouts? I've never had them. I've never had them. Mashed potatoes are good. I didn't say they weren't good. I don't like them. I've had mashed potatoes. I don't think potatoes should be mashed. They should be fried. They should be baked. They should be boiled. They should be sauteed. They can be air fried. They can be chipped. Potatoes can be cooked a million different ways, except mashed. I mean, clearly people like mashed potatoes, but I'm not about to mash no potatoes. And I'm not talking about the box kind either. I'm talking about like boiling a potato. I think you boil it to make mashed potatoes, boiling a potato and then mashing it. And then I think it's like butter and something else in there. No. Nope. Taco lettuce wraps are good. Okay. Hydro lettuce. I don't know what that is. Scallops I've never had. So that would be keeping an open mind. Shrimp is one of those things where like, I want to like shrimp so bad. I haven't come around to the texture of shrimp, but I feel like if I keep trying, I will get there. I like crab, right? So that's a shellfish. I want to like shrimp so bad. I've had it with the shell. I've had it without the shell. I've had it steamed. I've had it fried. I haven't come around to the texture yet. Like the texture is a little off to me. But I want to be a shrimp girly so bad. I really want to be a shrimp girly. I like, if I would F some shrimp up. But scallops I haven't tried. What don't you like about beef? I don't like the texture or the flavor of beef. I don't. But if you cook well, like if you make it well done and you season it well, I can tolerate it. Like I just don't, I didn't grow up eating beef. I just don't like it. I was not the hamburger kid. I was the chicken tender kid. I just like chicken. That's just what I just don't like beef. But beef is one of those things where like I may not like it, but I don't hate it either. I just don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy. So for example, right, when we go out to Japanese or Korean barbecue, I'm getting all chicken for the barbecue. I'm getting all chicken. But when my cousin gets like very high-end thin sliced pieces of steak, I will eat it and enjoy it. So maybe it's the thickness of it that makes the difference in the texture. Because if it's extremely thin sliced, I mean razor thin, then I can enjoy it. But it also depends on the quality and the cut. I don't recall what cut my cousin gets. I don't recall. But it's not I don't know what the words are to describe different textures or cuts of beef. Yeah, maybe it's just the thickness. I don't know. Like for example, I like ground turkey, but I don't necessarily like ground beef, and I think it's the flavor. I think it's like it's a bit too savory for me. But I will eat it. I will eat it. I will eat it. I agree somewhat about the mashed potatoes. You just said you like mashed potatoes. Mashed potatoes with butter and garlic is so good. You can give me some breakfast potatoes with butter and garlic. You can give me like home fries with butter and garlic. But why you gotta mash them? Why can't we stop before the mashing comes? Why can't we cut them up, right? Saute them or bake them, whatever, air fry, whatever. But why we gotta mash them though? That's the thing. Roasted, we could roast them. We could roast them. We could do that. You know what? Now that I think about it, other than French fries, I haven't been eating potatoes. So, and now that I don't eat French fries as much, I don't have potatoes in my diet. Are y'all eating potatoes? Maybe I need to add some potatoes. That really doesn't help with the protein part, but are y'all eating potatoes? Because I don't buy them. Every once in a while, as a treat, I'll make some breakfast potatoes, or I'll eat them when I go out to breakfast, but I haven't been buying potatoes. Maybe the egg life wraps. I forgot about those. They have those at Aldi, are high in protein because they're made with egg whites, and use that as your lasagna noodles when making lasagna. Are we like anti-pasta? Because when I was trying to go gluten-free, y'all were getting on me about the pasta and the bread. Like y'all were fighting for the gluten. So are we like against wheat now? Or are you saying replace the noodles with the egg whites for the sake of the protein? Because one thing I used to do, again on keto, I didn't use the egg white wraps for the lasagna, but I did use thin sliced deli chicken. So you know when you go to the deli in the store and they have the cold cuts. I used to use thin sliced roasted chicken instead of spaghetti noodles, lasagna noodles, and that was really good. Except the only problem with that is it doesn't really taste good after like the first day. Like when it's fresh, it's amazing, but reheating it is like awful. It's not very good. Salmon is my favorite. We have that at least once a week. I would love to be a salmon girly, but I'm not. Maybe I just haven't had it made right. How do y'all like to make your salmon? Because I can't cook it worth a damn. I like fish. I like white flaky fish, but I can't cook salmon worth a damn. So how do y'all cook your salmon? This is my second time. Oh, Rhonda, you're new. Well, welcome. This is so now I'm kind of embarrassed because I'm kind of like acting out because I know the people that have been here can tolerate it. They can tolerate my craziness, okay? Like they're not gonna give up on me. So Rhonda, I'm kind of feeling a little shame because you're new, okay? So don't leave us yet. Can you give us an idea of the foods that you like to eat? I may have missed it because I came into this live after it started. Okay, so I'm a very big dairy and chicken person, okay? Very big on dairy and chicken, not necessarily together, but I can eat chicken 15 different ways. I've been that way my whole life. A lot of dairy, eggs and bacon, limited fruit, no vegetables. Unless y'all want me to add potatoes, that's a vegetable. Everybody shut up, okay? I can add the potatoes because I stopped eating the French fries. I can't even remember the last time I had a French fry, but I've been eating French fries this whole journey, and I recently stopped. Not because I was restricting myself. I just haven't had it. I haven't been craving them. Before GLP-1, lots of fast food, okay? So lots of pizza and fried food and junk food. Since being on a GLP-1, I was still eating out and still eating the junk food, but it was probably like cut in half. Now, not as much junk food, really, like it's extremely limited. Sidebar, real quick. Y'all know what I wanted? Well, not wanted. What time is it? I didn't eat today. So if I eat at 11 o'clock at night, oh well, okay? Y'all know what I want, and I might do it when I get off of here. I got some queso, right? I have some queso blanco in the jar, and I have some tortilla chips. I have some lime, sea salt and lime tortilla chips. What I want to do is I have some thin sliced chicken breast. I want to cook the chicken breast, season and cook it, slice it up, and toss it with the queso and have like a chicken and queso dip. Now it's not fancy because I don't have the tomatoes, I don't have the sour cream, I don't have all the extra stuff you would put in like a queso dip, okay? But I got me some queso and I got me some chicken. And I'm thinking tonight I'm gonna have me some like bootleg nachos. What do y'all think? Is that like unreasonable? Is that unreasonable? Y'all let me know. Okay, so I did not grow up eating beef. That's why I'm having a fuss. Back to Rhonda's comment. I'm having a fuss about the beef because I did not grow up eating it, but there have been times where I've tried to eat a little of it. Like I've been trying to develop a taste for it. I still have not, but I'm trying. I'm trying to develop a taste for it. So yeah, my version of getting beef into my diet is putting some ground beef with pasta. Okay, I know that's very childish, but I'm just trying to get accustomed to the taste and the flavor. Like it's very it's a bit much. The savory nature of beef is a bit much for me, and the textures. I'm not the hugest fan. So I like pasta, I like bread, but I don't eat a ton of pasta. Now, when I do, it tends to be gluten-free. I don't eat a lot of bread anymore. And that's it. I don't have like a hugely diverse diet. And honestly, I'm not looking for I'm not trying to turn into a foodie. So I'm not looking for a hugely diverse diet. In fact, I've been trying to do the opposite. I've been trying to simplify my diet so that I can repeat a lot of the same meals. Okay. So breakfast, which really starts at like 12 or 1 o'clock for me. So lunch would be like bacon and eggs. And I just recently started adding half a bagel into that with some coffee. After that, I might have a protein shake. For dinner, if I eat dinner, I'll have like a chicken and cheese quesadilla. I'll have baked chicken wings or chicken breast or something like that. I will have, if I have any on hand, which is not often because I don't have a fish market near me, I'll eat fish. I'll eat baked or fried fish. Chicken. It's a lot of chicken. It's a lot of chicken. I don't need to name 15 dishes of chicken because it's like, okay, we get it. But yeah, I'll eat a lot of chicken. So that's it's very simple. Not a whole lot of produce. And health-wise, I've been doing okay without it. But considering the constipation and stuff, I'm trying to get some more fiber into my diet. Have what you enjoy. Food intake is so limited, so make it enjoyable. As long as you try to get in the protein and fiber, eat as clean as possible. Yes, I will say my diet is less bad because I've removed the eating out 6 days a week. Like I'm down to about 1 day a week of eating out. I've removed about 90% of the sugar, not trying to be restrictive. I just don't necessarily, if I want it, I have it, but I don't necessarily want it as much anymore, which it has taken forever to get to this point. So I'm grateful to be there. So I am team eat what I like. I just need to take my protein. I need to double my protein somehow. I need to get my protein from about 50 grams with little to no effort. I'm at about 30 to 50 grams. If I try hard enough, I can get to 100. So I'm definitely interested in a cottage cheese. I am interested in the lettuce wraps. That's going to be rough at first because I'm not really into lettuce, but I can get over it. I think romaine is good as a stretch, but it's not horrible. Okay, it's not horrible. Now trying to get me into broccoli and the cruciferous vegetables, that's gonna be rough. So let me start out with the celery and the lettuce first, and then we'll get to some of the other stuff. I definitely eat potatoes. I'm not eliminating food groups. Yeah, I didn't purposefully eliminate potatoes. I just wasn't buying them because I didn't want to put the effort into cooking them. But I mean, I don't see why I couldn't have some potatoes. I don't see why not. Like, I'm trying to think of like how I would eat them other than for breakfast or dinner. Steak and potatoes. Like I said, I will eat pepper steak. I will eat it. I just won't eat a lot of it. So I will take like sirloin is not my favorite. I like more like flank steak. But anyway, I will take some thin sliced steak, saute it with peppers and onions, and then I will typically have rice with it. But I could switch that rice out for potatoes or have rice sometimes and potatoes other times. I would cry from this food conversation. Luckily, you're not me, Jen. I eat brahmi pasta and do not taste the difference. I'm not sure what that is. Let me look real quick. Brahmi protein pasta. Okay, I can just find that at like any grocery store. Okay, I will look for that. I will look for that. I air fry salmon or pan fry it in olive oil. I've never tried to fry salmon. I always thought salmon was the type of fish that you roast or bake, but I always end up overcooking it. I can't cook salmon worth a damn. So I may have to try the air fryer. What 15 ways do you like your chicken? I like it baked. I like it rotisserie. I like it fried. I like it sliced. I like it whole, bone in, bone out, tossed in buffalo sauce, with flour, without flour, skinless, with skin, like air fried. I like all type. I like my chicken any way you can think of it. Stewed. Stew chicken takes too much work though, so I don't typically do that. But I will eat chicken except boiled. I will eat chicken almost any way that you can cook it. I will eat chicken almost any way that you can cook it. I'm trying to think of like a way that I wouldn't eat it. But something else I will do is like I will cook things for Tommy that I wouldn't necessarily eat, right? Like so I try not to just limit him to my diet or he would cry too, Jen. He would cry too. So I do have to get a bit more creative when I am cooking for him or whatever, but he understands who he's dealing with. I eat sweet potato fries or sweet potatoes, and every blue moon I may eat French fries. Okay. Yes, I eat potatoes. The other day, everything I thought about eating made me feel sick. I ended up eating crinkle cut fries with melted cheddar cheese. I've never had cheese fries. There was never any like appeal to me, but maybe I need to try that. Maybe I need to try putting some like potatoes in the air fryer, like slicing them up into French fries or dicing them, putting them in an air fryer, and then throwing some cheese on it. Lasagna with thin cut deli meat. Okay, I can tolerate you too. I can eat chicken 15 different ways too. I mainly eat chicken. I love making chicken stir fry with spaghetti noodles. Yeah. I actually was eating, I had my like one of my favorite toddler meals. And by toddler meal, I mean like I would feed it to a little kid. And it was really just egg noodles with butter and mozzarella. And I was like, man, I would really like some chicken with this. I haven't tried it, but I don't really eat chicken and pasta together. No, I do because I like chicken Alfredo. So that's a whole lie. I just don't make it very often. I like Cajun chicken pasta and I like chicken and Alfredo. Okay. But yeah, I was eating some egg noodles again, just trying to simplify things for me. And I was like, man, I really would like some chicken with this. Like, yeah, that is great. It's okay to eat out once a week. We need rewards too. Yeah, I just haven't had at first it was like, okay, I was just eating out so much based on habit, whether I was necessarily craving it or not. It was just habit. So I'm like, okay, I got to break this habit. So let's work some of that. Let's work some of that back. I'm not anti-pasta. I'm just moderate. Moderate whole food carbs eater. Okay, that makes sense. I'm moderate with the bread. I'm moderate with pasta too. Honestly, I don't eat pasta many times during the month, and if I do eat it, I tend to go with gluten free if it's available. But I am gonna try the protein pasta. No deep frying, just for a nice sear. Okay. Would you try cooked pumpkin seeds? Like I have to cook it myself. I used to love pumpkin seeds when I was a kid. I like sunflower seeds now. I, you know what? Do they come cooked already or I have to cook them? Because that might be a good option. I was actually looking into how I could get some of my vitamins and micronutrients, and nuts and seeds is a good way to get that. So sunflower, yes. But pumpkin seeds have magnesium, I think, or is it like one of the vitamins? I forget. I was gonna ask what Tommy eats. Tommy eats everything. There's nothing off limits for him. He eats everything. He's more of a cooker than I am, but when I cook, I will say most of the time I cook what I like and he will enjoy it because I'm cooking it. But there are times where I try to like steak, like a stir fry. I don't really want to make pepper steak, or I haven't made him a Philly cheesesteak, so that would be a lie. But I don't really like to go outside of what I eat, but he will eat everything. So it don't matter. The reason I don't like to make things that I don't eat, because what if it don't taste good and the other person doesn't tell me? So if I don't like hamburgers, right? I would love to like know how to make hamburgers from scratch so that I could make them for other people. But like, how am I supposed to know if it tastes good? What if they lie to me and tell me it's good, but it's not? I don't think ground beef should be in patty or loaf form. Burgers are weird to me. And meatloaf is weird to me. It should be crumbled up, okay? It should be in crumbles. It should be chopped into little bits and pieces so that I can manage it. But in a patty form and in a loaf, it's a no for me. But I'm weird. I'm weird. Hello, Paul. Thank you for falling out of the clouds. Hey, Vanity, I love your authenticity in these GLP-1 streets. Just jumped on the live. What did I miss? We're talking about how I need to get more protein into my diet, but I have such a limited diet. I mostly eat chicken and dairy and eggs, okay, and a little bit of pork from some bacon. But we're kind of talking about the different things that I could be eating, but I'm my palate is a little childish, okay? So I'm trying to figure out how to work with what I got. And on top of that, expanding a bit, okay? Just a little bit. And they got on me because I said I don't like beef, but I can eat a little bit of hamburger helper, and I'm not, okay, yes, the box form is bad. But what if I make it from scratch with some elbows and some cheese and some, I don't know what else is in it, some ground beef? What if I have a little bit of hamburger helper? And they're like, no, you got to eat a pot roast. You gotta eat a 6-ounce steak. Is that a lot? I don't know. Is that a lot? I don't know. So they're getting on me, man. Like they won't just let me have my little bit of hamburger helper. Ladies, have any of you tried wine after your GLP-1? I had a glass last weekend and it tastes like medicine. I used to enjoy an even glass of white wine. I have had wine. I still enjoy it. I like red wine. I still enjoy Pinot Noir. That's my favorite. I still enjoy red blends. I have had some white wine. It didn't taste bad to me. I still enjoy rosé. I still enjoy wine. Now that I'm on Wellbutrin, I will not be drinking alcohol. I was just wanting to go to the wine bar like this weekend. There's this adorable wine bar near Tommy, and I wanted to go so bad. And I'm like, shit, I can't. I'm on the Wellbutrin now. Like, I can't drink on that. Or I probably could, but I'm not going to. I'm not gonna risk it. No hand holding over here. Okay. You can buy pumpkin seeds cooked and not cooked, so you can get the both ways. Okay, so I will look for the cooked kind because I used to like pumpkin seeds a lot when I was a kid, but I haven't had them in a long time. I don't think I would have a problem with that. V, what is hamburger helper from scratch? Okay, so what I mean by that is like, so hamburger helper I think is a brand, right? Like it comes in a box with pasta and powdered cheese sauce, and you add cooked ground turkey to it. So when I say from scratch, I mean taking still the pasta, like, well, you know, buying a bag of pasta, whatever, elbows or whatever type, and not having powdered, salty, sodium filled cheese, like using some actual hard cheeses or a combination of cheeses, hard and soft cheeses, to actually make the cheese sauce. That's what I mean. So when I say from scratch, I'm talking about the cheese portion, because when you get it in the box, it comes in powder form. It comes in powder form. And I know that has to be like complete and utter processed garbage. I know it has to be. So I feel like I'm doing a bit better if I just at least use the, you know, raw cheeses or some actual cheese. Spaghetti squash. Spaghetti squash. I haven't tried spaghetti squash, but I've heard of it, but I haven't tried it. Chicken soup, not sure if you already eat it, but it would be a good option for protein too. Okay, no, I'm not eating chicken soup. No, Paul, we fight and make up over here. No. They beat me up and I take it. Okay. Now I swing back, but they tend to win. That's all I'm saying. Okay. That's all I'm saying. I drink, but many days after the shot. Yes, because remember, I got sick. Okay. When in January, when I went to Georgia, I took my shot and then drank like the next 2 days, like the day and then the day after, and then the next day or so. And it was awful. It was horrible. Would not recommend. I haven't had a drink since. But now that I have an additional medication, I mean, I think most medications, if not all, say don't take with alcohol, right? Even I think tirzepatide has that warning as well, but we do drink, some of us on our GLP-1s, and some of us can tolerate it, some of us can't. Well, when it comes to the Wellbutrin, again, same warning, don't take with alcohol, whatever. So I don't, and I have to take it daily. So I don't know if it would be a good option for me to drink. I don't know. I'm just gonna avoid it. I'm just gonna avoid it. Anyone else can't stand the smell of anything vanilla, like body spray, perfume, air freshener, etc.? It gives me really bad nausea. Um, I don't like vanilla, like necessarily, right? Like I don't like vanilla ice cream or vanilla iced coffee, but vanilla scents haven't bothered me. Okay. Uh, Paul, how long have you been watching? Since you know we keep it a buck over here. You sound like you might be from New York or Philly. Which one is it? You're from somewhere in New York, Jersey, Philly. You gotta be. Am I that off? No, I don't think I can't be that far off. You're from the Northeast somewhere, okay, but not Massachusetts, right? That's New England. We ain't that far up. They not keeping it a buck up there. They don't say that, but somewhere around like the tri-state, you around there somewhere, okay? But let me know how long you've been watching. And let us know if you are on a GLP-1. Oh, you didn't say hamburger helper. You said, what did you say? What did you say? Hold on, let me scroll back. V, what is a hamburger from scratch? Oh, what is it? I'm sorry, Jen. I thought, see, I'm hooked on a hamburger helper. What is a hamburger from scratch? A hamburger from scratch for me is like taking ground beef, seasoning the beef, adding whatever add-ins you want. I know some people may add onions and peppers, or some people may not add anything, but I meant like getting a pack of ground beef or turkey, seasoning it, and then, you know, but I don't eat burgers. So how am I supposed to know if it's good? How am I supposed to know if it's over seasoned, under seasoned, too spicy, like too much salt, not enough pepper? I don't eat burgers. I don't know how it's supposed to taste. Versus like just getting a box of frozen patties. That's what I meant. They smell better to me too. Like I've smelled them when they're cooking, but like, you know, it would seem as simple as like just making it into a patty, but like, wouldn't you have to season it to make it taste like something? That's what I always thought. I don't know. I think there's an egg involved in there somewhere. uh, Speaking of fighting, where is Sweet Tea? Sweet Tea's somewhere preparing herself to tell me to walk and drink water. But I have gotten the water under control thanks to Sweet Tea. Walking, y'all gonna have to let my dopamine for a couple more weeks, okay? And let the sun come out. I drank that glass on day 5 and it was a no-go for me. It sounds bad. It sounds bad. I don't crave alcoholic drinks since I've been on Manjaro. Also, I used to be addicted to Reese's Pieces and now they taste bad. So who else is having this problem where like things don't taste good to you? Definitely a New York thing, right? Exactly. Killer Cali, I've been watching your videos for a minute. I've been on a GLP-1 since February 14th, 2025, coming up with my 1 year. Okay, so how are you from Cali talking about some keeping it a buck? I don't know. Were your parents from the Bronx or something? All right, so we need you should know the drill. We need your starting weight. I'm gonna put it in the chat so you can remember. We need your starting weight, current weight, goal weight, height, and which GLP-1 that you're on. Compound, semaglutide, tirzepatide, Mounjaro, Zepbound, Ozempic, Wegovy, some we haven't heard of. So yeah, let us know. I love you, VR. You are killing me. Listen, I make things complicated. Like, how do you make? All right, see, y'all not about to treat me like I'm crazy. How do you make a hamburger? How do you make a cheeseburger? Okay, if somebody was at a cookout, right? I'm pretty sure they would just buy like frozen patties and put them on the grill, maybe. Or if you got somebody that's about that life, they would make the patties from hand. But don't you have to season it? How do y'all get it to taste good? Because I can't cook chicken and not season it. Chicken in the US has been so far destroyed that if you don't season it, it's not going to taste like anything. Ground turkey, same thing. When I'm making ground turkey, I season it. So don't you have to season a burger if you're going to make it from scratch? I assume if it comes out of a box frozen, you don't season it. But if you get a pack of ground beef and do that, you got to season it, don't you? This is going to sound weird to you because you're you all know, but I'm 17 but I don't like candy. That doesn't sound weird. Okay. Now that I'm off the sugar high, then no, it doesn't sound weird. But before GLP-1, when people would tell me they did not like certain sweets, I would think that they were crazy. Like my best friend told me she didn't like cake. I wanted to strangle her. People that say they don't like candy, I'm like, what is wrong with you? Now it doesn't surprise me as much, and it's probably because of y'all. Sweet tea, I'm drinking a Pepsi. I am a Coke girly, Jen. Like, I need you to get on board. Okay, so Jen, in Massachusetts, right? When you go out to a restaurant, 80 to 90% of the time, are they going to have Pepsi products or Coke products? Because North Carolina is very weird, okay? Where in some parts of the state, 9 times out of 10, you're going to find Pepsi products. And if it's Pepsi products, I'm just going to suck it up and have a Pepsi if I'm drinking soda that particular evening or whatever. But I always ask, do you have Coke or Pepsi products? Because on the rare occasion I come across a restaurant that has Coke products, I'm 100% gonna indulge in a Coke, like a regular Coke. It's extremely rare that I will have a regular Coke, not diet, not zero, not nothing. But if they have Coke products, I'm going to 100% indulge for that one night. Yes. I think my anniversary is 2/13. Mine is in July. It's July something. Yes, you season it either way. No, you're 100% about the burger. Okay. Yeah, but see, like I wouldn't know how to make it taste good. Like I can wing it with some stir-fried steak. Like if I had to make like I don't even know cuts of steak. Ribeye. If I had to make a whole ribeye, I wouldn't know what I was doing. So Paul says starting weight 348, current weight 278. That is over 100 pounds down. Congratulations. Goal weight 199 and you're 6'6". Okay. Started on Zepbound until they kicked me off this month. And now I'm on compound 10 milligram. How is it working out for you? Can you tell the difference between the brand and the compound? So you asked what you missed. I am done with the 10 milligram of Zepbound. I have since titrated down to the 7.5. One, to help with my energy, potentially to help with my mood, and to help with me being able to eat more protein. Pepsi products in West Virginia, Pepsi, see it. That's why I need to stay out of Massachusetts. That's why I don't need to go there. That's why I need to get out. I need to not go there. I do prefer Coke, but fountain Pepsi tastes different. I'm a Coke girly. Like you. Okay, let me tell y'all something. This is a big deal, right? Because I don't drink soda often anymore, but I'm currently indulging in about a can of Mountain Dew Baja Blast once a week because it's on sale. It was on sale. Okay, whatever, sue me. You would never catch me purchasing a bottle of Pepsi. You might catch me, like you'll catch me with a Coke Zero, or if I'm feeling real froggy, a regular Coke. That's rare though. I typically save my actual regular Coke indulgences for when I'm at a restaurant and they just so happen to have Coke products. But Pepsi, I don't know. I don't dislike Pepsi, but it ain't worth my effort. Like, I'm not about to go buy some Pepsi. I'm not about to go buy some Pepsi. But if I happen to be at a restaurant, this typically happens in the summertime. If I happen to be at a restaurant and I really just want like a cola, but they don't have Coke, I might settle for the Pepsi. But then again, I might settle for the Mountain Dew, you know? I might just decide to have a sweet tea and a lemonade. I'm not really a Pepsi person. Coke. Coke is just that girl. Coca was that girl. Coke is Coca. Coke is that girl. I had a seltzer last night and it was a no-go for me. I like seltzer. Do I have any on hand? No, I don't. But I like seltzer. I like club soda. I like club soda with lemon and lime. It will be my second year, Paul. Yeah, this is my second year. And I wish I had gotten my 100 pounds off in that first year, like Paul, but I probably, wasn't eating. So Paul, like, how were you eating? I probably wasn't eating like you. That's why I didn't get that. That's why I didn't get that 100 pounds off. But y'all, okay, so can we be vain at this moment? Like, I need to announce it. Okay, clavicle check. Now listen, guys, listen. I am 22 pounds. I'm 1 pound away from my high school weight. So let's just marvel at that. I am 22 pounds from being at my goal weight. Now, I have to preface this by saying my first goal, because I don't think that 20 pounds from now, I don't see myself being done losing weight. How many people had a first and then a second goal? How many people got to their first goal and then was like, nah, and kept losing weight? Because I feel like that's gonna be me. Pepsi just not good. I won't drink it all if they don't have Mountain Dew or Coca-Cola. I get a water. Okay. I don't think Pepsi's bad. I just prefer Coke. I buy the small cans of Coke from home. Let me show y'all my guilty pleasures as of late. Hold on, give me a second. Okay. When I tell y'all I don't snack very much at all, I don't. By the way, did we agree? I don't remember. Did somebody say that the bootleg nachos were a good idea? They're very bootleg. They're very, very bootleg. Okay. So I have something stuck in my throat now because I was being greedy. Okay. I used to love cake. Haven't had it since I started. I used to love cake. I'm going to say I still love cake because I had cupcakes recently. But since being on the Wellbutrin, I don't know. I would have to eat it and see if I enjoy it or not. All of my favorites are just like disappearing on me. I don't like that. I just took my first compound injection yesterday. They also prescribed me an NAD, and I'm getting ready to start Semarelin. Who prescribed? You can get NAD prescribed. How did you get that? From your doctor or from the telehealth? And what is Semarelin? And do you want to tell us your age too? You don't have to, but I leave it optional. Semarelin. What is that? A synthetic peptide stimulates the pituitary gland and increases HGH. Is this to help with lean tissue retention? Growth hormone deficiency in children. Improves energy, sleep in adults, muscle mass, reduced body fat. Administered via daily subcutaneous injections. Okay, I've never heard of that. Actually only 70 pounds down, but hopefully to hit. I thought you lost 100 pounds. You said Starting weight 348. Oh, I read that backwards. Okay, I'm sorry. You said starting weight 348 and current weight 278. I don't know why I read it as starting weight 378 and current weight 248. Y'all notice I ain't wearing my glasses this the whole stream. Y'all notice, okay? Y'all notice. That's one thing I can't live without. Coke Zero or any zero sugar soda. I feel it helps with the stomach bloating. I was drinking it a lot at the start of my journey. My weight stalled, so I had to get rid of the Coke Zeros because I was drinking like 1 or 2 a day of like the 12 or 16 ounce or whatever, 20 ounce, I don't know, the bottles. And now I have this size, okay? I just started incorporating these again a couple of weeks ago when I got snowed in. They were on sale. So I got 1 6-pack, or is it an 8-pack? I think these come in an 8-pack. 1 8-pack of Sprite Zero, and I had an 8-pack of Coke Zero. I don't even drink them every day, but it's nice to have on hand for when I want it. So this is one of my guilty pleasure indulgences right here. And I don't have a problem with the carbonation or anything like that. Lately, I have been drinking Clearly Canadians for all the other old foggies. I don't know what that is, but I think I have an idea. Is it a water? Is that the one that comes in a blue bottle? I try to get at least 120 grams of protein in every day. You don't really worry about the calories. I love veggies too. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm definitely a snacker. I actually think if I was getting enough protein, I wouldn't have to worry about the calories either, honestly. Truthishly, I never snack. I wish I did. Okay. Why? Why do you wish you did? To get more calories so that you could put on weight? Yes, and body composition, telehealth, hook me up. Wow. Fancy. How much is that running? I'm nosy. How much is that running you a month? I pay $450 for Zepbound, so I'm up there. The peptides are definitely where it's at. I will be adding more as I get used to tirzepatide. Really? Okay. All right. I hear y'all. Okay. All right. So I don't have any other peptides that I'm taking because I just don't know about them. I don't know of any that I should be adding. But if I could get something that would help me with my my muscle growth, that would be amazing. But I think I'm doing okay for now. Like, we'll see. I just need to really stay consistent in the gym and get my protein up. Like, I need to start with the protein. I don't need to add anything else until I can get the protein right. So I just started adding in soda again. I had stopped drinking it for months, and I added it back in with these, and then the Baja Blast that I was telling you about. But the Baja Blast, once those are done, I won't be re-upping on those. I also drink Celsius. I like the fizz-free kind, and I typically drink one of these before a workout. That's the only time I drink it. There's really no other reason for me to drink it. It is in somewhat of an energy drink, so that's why I wait until I'm about to work out until I drink it. I don't know if it's advertised as an energy drink, but it does give me, I wonder if there's caffeine in this. Can't really see. I wonder if there's caffeine in this. If y'all know, let me know. But I do like to have 1 Celsius right before a workout. And also, when I got snowed in, I bought some Gatorade. I am not a Gatorade person, but I really don't know why I bought it. I probably bought it because I was going to be with Tommy and thought he would like it. But he didn't end up drinking it, so I took it with me. And you can see it. Like, I barely drink it, but like, I can't sit there and drink a whole bottle of Gatorade. Like, no. But I have been like sipping on Gatorade a little bit. And honestly, once it's gone, I think I have 4 bottles. Once they're gone, they're gone. I'm probably not going to re-up on them. I'm more of a Powerade Zero kind of person. I like Powerade Zero. And I have been, now actual snacks, I've been snacking on these Oreo Thins. They're not gluten-free. Typically, I like the gluten-free Oreos, but I get carried away with those. The double stuffed gluten-free, oh my God, I get carried away with those. So I don't buy those often. But these are less calories, and less sugar. So I decided to start going with the Thins. And 1 serving of these is 4 cookies, 140 calories. Complete and utter nutritional garbage, but this is my garbage for the week. And if I'm feeling like some candy or chocolate, this is not even open. I've had this for a couple of weeks now. I haven't even opened it. I will have one of these. It's dark chocolate, sea salt, and caramel. I am satisfied after one if I'm really, really craving some chocolate. And that's pretty much it. I don't have anything else. Every now and again, I'll have some chips. But other than that, I don't really have a lot of snacks. I'm about to eat these cookies though. I know that much. I know that much because I haven't eaten all day. And y'all are gonna love me either way. Okay. I've been snacking on Atkins brand chocolate bars. They only 1 gram of sugar per candy bar. Okay. My cousin likes the Atkins shakes, but I haven't tried them. And they have this chocolate covered peanut like the M&M. Okay. You know what I like to do? Or in the past, I haven't done it lately, but I like to get a Lindt chocolate bar, like a dark chocolate bar, and break it into pieces and eat it with peanuts. I like that as well, but ain't nothing wrong with some peanut. Well, okay. I guess there is something wrong with some peanut M&Ms, but I like peanut M&Ms too. Celsius is considered an energy drink. It does have caffeine in it. It does not have sugar in it. Has caffeine, but not a whole lot. It's considered it. Okay. Yeah, it is considered an energy drink. Okay, yeah. That's why I only drink it before, but it's not like a Red Bull. I love Red Bull Cold Red or Red Edition. I'm sorry, Red Edition. Talk about a guilty pleasure. Talk about a guilty pleasure, like that I try to keep out of my life as much, as I can. But this honestly tastes like fruity water with a little bit of caffeine. That's what this tastes like to me. It doesn't taste like juice or maybe some watered down juice. They have a fizzy version, but I don't really like it. I don't want my energy drink to have no fizz to it. I drink Propel water, 0 sugar. Oreo tastes different now. They do. 100%. A regular Oreo. And I don't think this is a GLP-1 thing. I mean, it could be, depending on the person, but the snacks that I grew up with, the junk food that I grew up with, does not taste nearly as good now as it did when I was a kid. I'm talking like 2010 and back. So like the age of 14 and down. They have started taking the crack out of the goodies. And I know that's supposed to be better for us. I think. I don't know, because who knows what they're putting in to make up for it. But they have started to take the crack out of the snacks so they don't taste as good. The breakfast cereals too. Tricks. Yes, I like cereal, but I don't eat it as much. Tricks and Fruity Pebbles and all that used to be 100% crack coated. And now they're just like meh. Like they're okay. They're okay. But like the cakes and the cookies and all of the sweet goodies, even some of the like juices and sodas, they're either taking the sugar out or they're taking whatever chemicals they were putting in to make it addictive or taste like irresistible, because these junk food now ain't what it used to be. It's like kind of not even worth it. But I don't know. I've been enjoying these. I have like 4 or 5 of them. I think four is 1 serving. So I'll have like 4 or 5 in a day. And that's pretty much it. Can't even say pretty much. What now? My last guilty pleasure, honestly, is my Dunkin' lattes. Like those coffees have so much calories and sugar. They have so much calories and sugar. I have gone from drinking them every day. Let's see how many I had this week, because I was drinking them things every day, sometimes twice a day. And it could easily be like 400 or 500 grams of sugar. I mean, not grams of sugar. I'm sorry, 400 or 500 calories, 300 to 400 calories. Let's see how many Dunkin' lattes I had in the past week. This is what I like about tracking. It keeps me accountable to some extent, because I'll be looking back like, damn, what the fuck was I thinking? So I had a large. That's OD. That's OD. That's being greedy. I had one. So I went 3 or 4 days without having one. That's pretty good. I had 2. That was a medium. Wow, I've only had 2 this week. 3. I've had 3 Dunkin' lattes this week instead of 7. And they're like $5 or $6 a piece. So that's like $30 a week on coffee, $35 a week. So I've had 3 Dunkin' lattes instead of 7. That is progress. Okay. Girl Scout cookies taste bad. Okay, so Jen, thank you for saying that, because I was just talking to Tommy about this. I didn't grow up on Girl Scout cookies, so I never understood the hype, right? Until I came to the South and I tried them for the first time. I can't even remember what kind I tried, and they were not good. So I was like, I don't get it. Did I get the wrong Girl Scout cookies? Like, what is the hype with the Girl Scout cookies? Why is everyone so obsessed with the Girl Scout cookies? Like, they were probably, I don't know. Maybe if y'all start telling me some of the flavors, I can remember which ones I had. But like, they weren't good to me. They didn't do much of anything for me. If you haven't already, please like the stream. Hit the like. And if you are new, or if you've been watching from the clouds for a while, but you ain't dropped down because you don't know I've been live, or you just shy, go ahead and leave us a comment. Let me go ahead and give these memberships away real quick. They are random who they go to. And I have been sharing my body contouring and my Wellbutrin, how it's been working for me, for the members. Oh, can I ask y'all a question? How have y'all been liking the shorts? Okay, members and non-members, because I have the public ones, and then I have, you know, the members only ones. Can y'all tell me real quick, what do y'all think of the shorts? Or do y'all not like shorts? Do y'all not watch shorts or whatever? Are they irrelevant? Waste of time? Keep them coming? Y'all let me know. So let me end this poll and let me give away these memberships real quick. Meow, 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 meow. Y'all, oh my God. Okay, so Reindeer's gonna catch the playback. So I was talking about how I was getting such restful sleep. Can I tell y'all something? Last night was the first night, or this morning was the first morning that I was not woken up by cats meowing, dogs barking or whining, or my dad getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning to go to the gym. 4 months since I have started house sitting, and since I have went to, moved to live with my dad, something is always waking me up. Something is always waking me up. Last night, because I didn't tell y'all this because it was irrelevant, but I left my house sit and I have another one next week. So I didn't want to go home. I didn't want to take that drive. So I decided to stay at an Airbnb, which is where I am now. So last night was the first night that I have been alone. I have had uninterrupted sleep. That's how I almost missed my DEXA scan today. I overslept. They're amazing. Okay, you like the shorts? Thank you so much, Erica, for becoming a member. Thank you for being vain, girl. Everybody, welcome Erica to the members. Keep them coming. Definitely keep doing the shorts. Okay. Andrew wasn't even born when Girl Scout cookies were good. Were they good? Were they ever good and now they're not good? Because if they were good before, then okay. But I don't understand the hype. All right, let me give out the membership. Let me give out these memberships. Congratulations in advance to whoever gets them, because I have no control over that. Oh, wait. Did they not give me any free ones this month? Oh, no. Wait. I think they did. Okay. All right. There you are, people. Let me remove this. Okay. Paul falls out of the clouds and then gets a membership. G's is on his second gifted membership. Congratulations to G's again. Serena got gifted a membership. Nia Jonesy got gifted a membership. Don't Do Me. That's cute. Don't Do Me got gifted a membership. Shout out to all the new members. So you will have your membership for the next 30 days. And then if you would like to keep it, then you can go ahead and renew it yourself. So congratulations to all the new members. Hi, Sydney. Sydney, I was just talking about a bunch of stuff. I forgot. But, whatever. Sydney, I'm down to 164 pounds. That's the important part. That is the important part, Sydney. Now, you can go skim through the rest when you get time. But Sydney, I'm down to 164 pounds. That's the major part, okay? They were good when you could use trans fats. That's what it is, Jen. Okay, it's the trans fats. I told you something has been removed from the food. It's the trans fats. I am in support of this. I just know crack when I taste it. And the snacks ain't cracking no more. They're not. They're just not. They're super basic. They're super mid. They're super mid. They're super mid. Okay. Thank you, Jen, for being a member for 7 months. I love me some Jen. Jen is almost a member for a whole year, which means I've almost been going live for a whole year. So what is that? Like April, May or something like that? Jen was my very first member. Honestly, Jen might be the first person that ever left me a comment. Should we go back and see? Or Tommy, but Tommy was probably doing a sound check or something like that. But let's go back and see who was the first person to ever leave a comment for me. They're also using inferior ingredients. They be giving us bargain ingredients. The bargain ingredients. Yeah, see, I don't know. I just know that the crack ain't cracking like it used to crack. Okay. That's all I'm trying to say. Like, and I just assume that the chemicals that they were using to make it taste extra good, they just stopped using them. Or I don't know. Like, I don't know. They went from using real ingredients, which I wasn't born for, to using crap, which I was born for, and it was bussing, to now like trying to undo some of that. And it's not bussing no more. It's not bussing no more. It's not bussing no more. So I don't know if I got comments on the very first live stream. Was I using StreamYard at this time? Maybe not. Maybe not. Hold on, let me see. Y'all want to see my face? Let me show y'all my face real quick for my very first live stream. We should have a party when I make a year live streaming. Okay, so this is the first.
Yep,
Let me go on mute because we don't need to see what I'm talking about. We don't need to hear what I'm talking about. I don't see any comments that got put on the screen. So I don't know if anybody was there for this live stream. So I'm going to say no. Okay. I'm going to say no, but I'll have to go back and actually listen to it. So let's see about this one. Did I put any comments on the screen? Let's see. Where are the people? Oh, you know what? Look at Jen. Jen is right there. Jen is right there time stamping, y'all. 8 months ago, Jen is right there. Oh, look at Cloakster. Cloakster is a real OG. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me put this on the screen. Look at the real OG Jen and Cloakster, gang. Look at Jen and Cloakster. Okay, that's not even a live chat, though. Do I still have the live? Okay, let's do live chat replay. Let's see. Because maybe I was new to going live, so maybe nobody was here. Maybe I didn't have a live chat at this time. I don't know. Or is it just taking forever to load? I don't know. Okay. So Jen is right there on my second ever live stream. Hold on. Let's see if anybody left a comment on this one. Songstress is here. Nerd Incubator is here. Alexis is here. Velvet Savage. Sway is here. Sway's Journey is here. Michelle is here. Let's see. Denise. Okay. All right. I know some of those words. I know some of those people. Okay. All right. I want to see like the live chat though. So we know we got some OGs that, I mean, the OGs are, been here since before I started going live, like Sweet Tea. She was here from when I had blonde locks. Now, I know I had a live chat for this stream. Now, where are the people? Okay, who's that? Paquita? I haven't seen Paquita in some time. Hold on. Who is... I know Journey of Life was here too. We have VS Val was here. Let's see. Dang, Paquita was lighting me up. Who's here after the stream? No, names that I don't recognize. I don't recognize any of these names except Songstress. Okay. Journey of Life. That's her other profile. That's Journey's other profile. Reindeer's here. Let me see. Jen is here. There go Jen. Okay, so I just had to make sure, okay? I just had to make sure because Jen was my first ever member. And I don't know, I'm pretty sure it was around that time. But I just had to make sure like Jen been here for like forever. Jen has been here forever and ever. I have the membership thing turned off. No, turn it on. Why? You don't want to get gifted memberships? When McDonald's used to flavor the fries with beef. Yeah, see, that was before my time. I've heard of the days of the beef tallow, frying the fries in the beef tallow, if that's what you're talking about. Is that a 3-pound loss this week or 5? It's 3 pounds. And I'm super excited about it. It should have been 4, but Sydney, I'm back to being constipated, okay? I witnessed the late 80s. Everything was way more delicious. I've heard good things. I've heard wonderful things about the fast food in the 80s. I love a timestamp. How many have we lost? Oh, I think they're just in the clouds. Who has taken their ball and went home? Am I that? I don't think I'm that bad. I will say though, like, okay, so let's see how long the streams were back then. Because I used to exclusively talk about, you know, tirzepatide. So I would, my face looks so fat. Let's see, 2 hours. Because these 3, 4, 5 hour live streams, people don't be commenting on them now because I don't think people are going back and watching the playback because they're just too long. But let's see. 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours. Hold the front door. Hold the front door. Shut the front door. How did we start getting to 3, 4, 5 hour live streams? Because when I was doing 2 hour live streams, we were in a good place. So how did we get to 3, 4, 5 hours? What in the world? 2 hours, 2.5 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours, 2.5 hours, 3 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, 3, 3, 3, 2, 3. You know what happened? I started doing those goddamn verticals. That's what happened. When I started doing those verticals, okay, so to answer that question as well, when I started doing vertical live streams, that also kicked me out of the algorithm for a lot of people. Like people were coming back like, I was wondering where you went. Oh, I remember I used to watch your channel. YouTube just randomly stopped recommending me to you. So the verticals are in a different algorithm. So a lot of people just lost track of my channel and started to come back over time. But yeah, that's what happened. I started doing them goddamn verticals. That's how I started to get into them 3, 4, 5 hour streams. Yeah, see, I'm about to start cutting y'all off at 2 hours again. Y'all don't deserve me for 3, 4, 5 hours. I have to go back because I don't remember that video. Yeah, I have thought about doing a marathon where I just leave the stuff on and let a lot of it play from a playlist so people can come in and out. But yeah, Jen, no, we lit. But those first live streams were definitely lit. They were. I don't want surprise memberships. Oh, okay. All right. Look at me trying to bully you. It messes with my algorithm that I'm trying to reset. Okay, I got you because we litty. We've been litty the whole time. And I used to get no shade, but back then I used to get a lot more content creators that would come to my channel. Not anymore. Not anymore. I used to get a lot of content creators that would come by, but not anymore. Not anymore. But yeah, Jen, you were there on my very. Let me see. Did that first one have any comments? Yeah, Jen wasn't there on the first one. Sway was. But yeah, from the second one, Jen. But what you never told me though, Jen, was did you find my channel from me live streaming or were you already watching? Because I don't think you were already watching. I could have swore. I don't want no more cookies. I'm just picking at it because it's here. Sorry, that was loud. I think you found my stream from me live. I mean, I think you found my channel from me live streaming. And you know what? I just assumed that was the case for a lot of the people that were commenting. But then people started to tell me, no, I've actually been watching for some time. I've been watching for a while, like Paul. I've been watching your channel for a minute. But where the hell you been, Paul? Where have you been? Yes, Serena. Thank you for falling out of the clouds. That was me that gifted you the membership. I gifted 5 memberships and you got one. So thank you so much for your support. Now, I used to get memberships from Downsize and Dave on the Pen. I had to unsubscribe. I do get gifted memberships, but I get it from channels that I actually like. That sounded mean. Okay. I get it from channel. So here's the thing. On my vanity channel right here, I only subscribe to very specific channels. So when I get gifted a membership, it's because I want it. Like, not because I want it, but if I happen to get gifted a membership, it's there's never going to be from a channel I don't want it from, because I don't subscribe to channels I don't want to watch. So that's the thing. And I always be so hyped when I get a gifted membership from a channel that got some juicy members only content, when they talking shit about something or somebody. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. I'm sorry, I should have commented many videos ago. I'm just picking on you. That's what we do around here. We pick and we pick and we pick. And only the strong survive. I don't remember how I found you. Okay, but you were there on my second live stream. I just say that because I don't remember you commenting on pre-recorded videos. That's the only reason why I was assuming you found me from live streaming. Like, a lot of people that didn't comment on my pre-recorded videos were commenting in the live stream. So I just assumed that they were finding me for the first time. I don't have the patience always for the live stream trolls and would cuss them out. Okay, I understand. Do y'all watch other people? Now I'm just chit chatting. We're done with my updates. Like, we don't got enough to talk about. So I'll probably be on here for another 20 or 30 minutes or so. And we'll do the members only stream next week so I can have more of an update. I have to give my body contouring week 2 update. We probably talk a little bit about that because y'all were like, hell no, I'm not doing that shit. But do y'all watch other channels that go live? I was hooked after you did the video on Jasmine. You got skills. Jasmine Flowers? Oh, you know what's so crazy? I just deleted that stream from my StreamYard to create space. Are you talking about this one? Let me see. Y'all remember that Jasmine Flowers reaction? I'm not gonna lie, I barely remember it. That was a request. Somebody asked me to do that. That live stream. Are you talking about this one? This one? Where I look like a thug out of Cali? Don't I look like I'm from Compton with that hat on? All right. I don't know. I don't know why I'm saying that. Okay, so look. Hold on. You talking about this one? Start by saying that. If you haven't already, please like the stream. 32 watching. Okay. Michelle says she likes her. Okay. And somebody else said that they were familiar with her earlier. So I have it on like 2x speed. I don't know much about her. But this video was sent to me and I started watching a little bit of it. I had to skip around because the beginning was like just, I guess, okay. Using those syrups is like 12 teaspoons. I was trying not to be. Oh yeah, she was talking about she wasn't giving up her coffee and shit. Okay, I remember now. I remember. Okay. I remember. I didn't get I used to get a little bit of pushback when I would react to other content creators. I didn't get any for doing that one. Like, nobody had anything to say. We need a revisit on Jasmine. I'm not sure if I feel bad for her or not. Okay. What is there to revisit? She stopped her GLP-1, didn't she? West Side. I feel like I look like I'm from LA with the with the beanie on. I don't know why. Like, we wear beanies in New York too, but it was given straight out of Compton for some reason. I don't know why. What is there? Let's just look right now. Let's just look right now. Because, like, what is there once you're off your GLP-1, like, what? I didn't spell that right at all. What is there to talk about? I mean, okay, that's not fair. That's not fair for me to say, but, like, what is there for me to react to once you're off your GLP-1? Because I'm not trying to do that. I gained 13 pounds in January. Like, I feel like this does nothing but trigger people. Y'all want to watch it? Y'all want to watch this? Can I ask y'all something? Now this is just me. I'm gonna take her off the screen because this is just me trying to. Now that I'm getting some help with my mood and I'm in a better mood. The reason why I've been doing the shorts, so it seems like y'all want me to keep doing them, is because I have had more energy. For one, I've been in a better mood, so now I can be a bit more creative. So this is great. In this community, GLP-1 community, weight loss community, what style of videos do y'all like? Because clearly y'all like the live streams for the interaction. I know they go on a little long, but it's because we be lit and we be having fun, okay? But when it comes to videos, do y'all, or maybe you just like a variety, do y'all like this like style of editing, like the vlog style, like the going through the making of the food versus and the coffee and the drinks and the, you know, I've seen a ton of people do this, not even just in this, but like in a weight loss community in general, or eating or whatever, exercise, whatever. Do y'all care for this? I'm just asking because I don't watch GLP-1 videos, right? Because I talk about it so much that I just don't want to watch GLP-1 content. But for me, like, I'm skipping past all this. Like, I'm just getting to the point. That's how I feel. But it's not to talk bad about her videos or anything. I'm just curious as I get back into videos, like, do y'all like this? I do some editing, but like this is like a decent amount of production that to me is like unrelated to the topic, but whatever. Sometimes I think she's trolling. You think so? You can't eat yourself to death every weekend and be disappointed. Is she doing that still? It's triggering for people really struggling, I'm sure. I remember going over her eating, and honestly, I couldn't say much because she eats like me or similarly to me. There's some differences, but I was like, she had eaten like a Rice Krispie treat and some yogurt before going to the gym. And I'm like, I totally would do that. Like if I wasn't hungry, but I needed to get some fuel for the gym, like I would totally eat a mini Rice Krispie treat and some yogurt. I would drink a yogurt. I would do that. So it was like, I get that that seems childish, but I'd do that. Now as far as like her eating out and all that, I don't really do the frozen food. I don't really, oh, you're neutral. Yeah, but that's because you're on 15 milligram and you have anhedonia. No, I'm just playing, Jen. You need to titrate down so you can pick a side. But I'm just curious. I guess it doesn't matter. I was just curious because, like, for me, I would end up skipping past all of this.
And I know here lately it's been a lot of downs, and I apologize for that, but I'm just gonna keep it real with you guys. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get right into it. Before we do though, before anyone comes at me in the comment section about my damn iced latte, this is 95 calories and has—
Okay, I see. I can't even like, I'm talking about other people being triggered, and look at me. I can't even get through it. She's still fighting with people in her comments. She's still fighting with people in her comments. If you know you're going to have the coffee anyway, why are you even addressing this? Let's continue. Let's continue.
Has 10 grams of protein. So leave me and my iced lattes alone. Now that that's been addressed, moving on to the weigh-in, the thing you all came here for. So this is my January recap, my first monthly weigh-in recap for the year of 2026. And we did not start off this year very well at all, as I will get into. So yeah, let's just get into it. So starting off with my weigh-in on January 1st, I weighed in at 204. And as of February the 1st, which I believe was last Sunday, yes. So as of Sunday, February the 1st, I weighed in at 216.6. So that is a gain of 12.6 pounds for the month of January. And I know, you don't, we will get fully
I am so sorry. I'm not laughing at her. I'm laughing at me in the way that I think. I gained 12 pounds in a month. It is all hands on motherfucking deck. I am stopping everything and reevaluating. Okay. Okay. This is like 12 pounds in a month after all the work that I put in, because y'all asked me when I titrate down, what will I do if I stop losing? And I said, you know, then I'll reevaluate. But definitely if I start gaining, I will titrate up without hesitating. Like if I start to gain weight and nothing else is working and I gain more than 5 pounds, I will consider titrating up. Okay. 12 pounds in a month is diabolical. She's off of her GLP-1. She did not share why. Okay, it could be a medical reason. It could be financial. It could be a number of things. I just don't understand. When I started researching for Zepbound tips and stuff, you was the only one that didn't have the annoying I need my glasses. Okay. I know everything about GLP-1s and the repetitive 5 things you need to know. Oh, okay. So okay. All right. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I did fall off from doing like the GLP-1 style updates, and it's because I started going live. And honestly, it was because I stopped losing weight, so I didn't feel the need to give the updates. But yeah, you never know who's coming across your channel, so I could get back into some of that content. That's why I said she's trolling. She's looking for some numbers. She milked the other reaction video. Your live give me the vibe that I'm just chatting with friends, sharing experiences with the meds. Yeah, that's why they be going on for 4 or 5 hours. And I need to cut y'all off. Y'all are being put on a curfew, a 2-hour curfew moving forward. And I'm going to need somebody to keep me accountable. Vanity, did you discuss the email that I sent you? Sent you the FDA and compounds. I read it. I did not discuss it. And I actually forgot to bring that up. That is a stream in and of itself. That is a stream in and of itself. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, I'm just going to read the title and then we will go over it in a separate stream because, and then Sydney got the nerve to say, let me refill my Zepbound before there's a shortage. I have thoughts on this. Okay, so Sydney sends me an email that says FDA intends to take action against non-FDA approved GLP-1 drugs. With the note, let me get my Zepbound refilled now before there's a shortage, okay? And it talks about how the FDA plans to intervene on all of the, as far as all of this compounding. I have shared how I felt about this before, and I don't mind going into depth about it again anyway, because y'all know I'm long-winded as hell. So we will talk about that in our next stream. Be mindful if you're on compound, just be mindful, okay? This is why I got off a compound a year and a half ago, because they was playing too many games with like, is the FDA gonna stop it? Are they not gonna stop it? Are they gonna intervene? Everybody's in court. The telehealth companies are saying, we're stopping, we're not stopping, we're stopping, we're not stopping. We're going to this compounding pharmacy, we're going to that compound. I don't got time for all that. So if you are having success on your compounds, keep doing what you're doing. Just be mindful that the rug may be pulled, just like insurance, right? Insurance can rug pull you from Zepbound or Manjaro, and FDA can rug pull this whole compounding situation. So just be mindful, okay? Just be mindful and think of some things, discuss with your doctor what your options are going to be if for some reason you do not have access to your GLP-1 anymore. So as you can see, I have a lot of thoughts on it. So we were going to talk about that in a separate stream. But let's get back to Jasmine and why she gaining 12 pounds in a month.
Into it in a second. I did just also want to again be very transparent with you guys and let y'all know I have been weighing myself pretty much every day. Today is Tuesday, January the 3rd, and so I weighed myself yesterday and today. The scale did shoot up yesterday. It went up to like 219 point something, and that was because I had Pizza Hut for dinner on Sunday night. And so yesterday was Monday.
My bad. You're not going to convince me that she's not convinced. I mean, like, you're not going to convince me that she doesn't know she's getting on people's nerves with this potentially. Like, yeah, I weigh in every day, and the day I had Pizza Hut, the scale went up. No shit, Sherlock. Like, come on now.
Day I ended up getting back on the wagon. So
not to say that there's anything wrong with Pizza Hut necessarily, or pizza at all. I'm just saying, like, stating the obvious much,
so to speak. Ate my deficit, went to the gym, stuff like that. And so the scale is back down, and this morning I weighed in at 215.2. So as of today, that brings my overall weight loss to 128.6 pounds. And for any of you who might be new here, this video may not be the best video to, like, I guess, get to know me on, because it's kind of starting off on a real negative note for a weight loss journey. But prior to here recently, I had been very successful on my weight loss journey. I started back in January of 2024, and at my heaviest weight, I was weighing in at 343 point something. I can't remember right now, but I will put it on the screen. You'll see the picture. So that was where I started at about 2 solid years ago. And I did utilize a GLP-1 compounded medication, tirzepatide, which helped me lose 150 pounds in less than 2 years. And in October of last year, I decided to come off of my GLP-1 medication, and I've since then gained roughly 20 pounds back from what I lost. And
November, December, January. So in like 3, maybe 4 months, depending on if you're going to count October or not, she's gained 20 pounds. See, that's how weight gain happens though. It creeps up on you. So it may not be 20 pounds in a month, but 5 pounds per month starts to add up. So, I mean, I don't think she owes anybody an explanation as to why she got off of GLP-1, but man, it would be helpful.
So yeah, I've just kind of been struggling here recently, and I'm very open about it, and I'm very, like I said, just very transparent. You know, this is just like my reality. I do struggle with overeating, obviously. I don't think anyone gets to be over 300 pounds without having some food issues, right? I also am a self-diagnosed hinge eater. I particularly
Excuse me. Just out of curiosity, for people that watch her channel, has she always said hinge? Do people say that outside of this space? And I'm just unaware because I don't watch people's channels, so I don't know. Because I've never heard anybody else say that except me. But y'all let me know. Is that like, did I just coincidentally start saying hinge and everybody else says hinge too instead of saying the B word because of YouTube and all that? Does everybody say hinge? Is that a thing? Do y'all know? Because I'm like, this is the first time I've ever heard anybody say hinge instead of, the other word. So if she's always said that, then okay, like maybe it's just a coincidence. Or if that's actually what people say, I honestly did not know that. So if you've watched her content or if you watched anybody else use that substitution, Jasmine girl, okay, y'all let me know. I don't want to jump out there and be wrong, but y'all let me know.
here lately have been struggling on the weekends, which I will admit I do believe impacted my weigh-in for this month. The fact that the first of the month landed on a Sunday wasn't really great for me because the weekends are usually when I am overeating and overindulging, eating takeout, eating a lot of high sodium foods that lead to me hanging on to a bit of bloat and extra water weight and stuff like that. I'm not saying all of the 12.6 pounds that I gained in January was water weight. I definitely think I gained some fat, obviously, but I do think some of it was also just water weight and like bloat and retention from the Friday and Saturday prior to me weighing in, because I did eat takeout on both of those days. And then, like I said, Sunday night, I still went ahead and had Pizza Hut. And usually if I eat pizza, especially, I tend to really bloat up quite a bit, which is what.
So I'm guessing limiting the takeout is just like not an option. Like, are we just like not gonna even try to limit the takeout? I don't have a problem with takeout. I just, okay, like, no.
Got me up to like 219 on Monday. But yeah, I digress.
First of all, okay, for those that don't know, when you're weighing in daily, you're not supposed to take each weigh-in literally, okay? The only weigh-in that is supposed to count is one day that's consistent per week, right? So if your official weigh-in day is on Monday, but you weigh in every day, you're just looking for trends, but the actual weigh-in that counts is the following Monday. You shouldn't be taking daily weigh-ins and post-meal weigh-ins and post-poop weigh-ins so literally. Like, this is why weighing in every day is not for everybody. If this is how you're gonna go about it, it's not for you. It's not for you because she's taking it way too literally. I always wonder what deal was made with the feds when Lilly agreed to equivalent and reduced pricing for the US. Okay. And Kissed by the Sun says, I am not coming off.
So now I'm just going to go over the measurements for the month, and I'll just go through and spoiler alert, I did not lose any inches this month. In fact, I gained like in every single category. But for transparency's sake, we're going to go down the list. So starting with the neck, I did gain 0.47 inches. My bust, I gained 1.32 inches. My waist, I gained 1.5 inches. Abdomen, I gained 1.09 inches. My hips, I gained 0.49 inches. Left bicep, I gained 0.17 inches. My right bicep, I gained 0.47 inches. Left thigh, I gained 0.61 inches.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Like, I know I'm a DEXA scan girly. I know, I get it. But like, is this what it sounds like when I go over the DEXA scan stats? Because I'm just like, Oh, you know what? I'm biased. I'm not an inches counter. I'm biased. So let me shut up. I'm biased. I don't measure. I look at the scale. I look at percentages, but I don't look at inches. So maybe I'm just biased. Let me shut up. Let me shut up.
My right thigh, I gained 0.38 inches. Left calf, I gained 0.54 inches. My right calf, I gained 0.06 inches. My right ankle, I gained 0.13 inches. And my left ankle, I gained
My right ankle. This is a lot. This is a lot. This is a lot.
0.41 inches. That brings my total inches gained in January to 7.64 inches. I'm definitely the type of person that when I gain weight, I see it first in my face, my chest, and like my abdomen. So I'm not really, that's to be expected, but I don't know. There's not really a specific reason that I can think of as to why I was turning to food so much. I will say that I shared in one of my previous vlogs, I have been doing a lot of training at my job recently, which has kind of been a little stressful, honestly, trying to learn what they're trying to get me to learn, honestly, like especially on the weekends. I am finding myself really having a hard time like controlling myself.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not about to sit here and watch this, and I'll tell you why. If y'all have a particular video of hers or anybody else's that you would like me to react to, just go ahead and let me know and I'll do it. Like, I don't skip or end videos earlier when I get a specific request to react to something. But the reason I'm not about to sit there and listen to that is because it sounds exactly the same as the last video I listened to. Like, I'm struggling on the weekends, but guys, just leave me alone. Cause like, yes, okay, like I like fast food. I eat that because that's what I like. Okay, I eat pizza because that's what I like. And yes, I'm gaining weight. And yes, I got off of a GLP-1, but I'm trying my best. And it just sounds the same. It sounds exactly the same. It sounds exactly the same. Like, I didn't complain about a stall that I was partially responsible for. Like, yes, my compound was a little trash, but I had to account for how I was eating as well. So I didn't spend my time complaining about my stall. Now she's actually gaining weight. So it's like, how could you be gaining weight, but still saying that, like, after all that hard work, you're going to gain weight and still justify eating out? I don't know. I don't know. I wanted to talk about this comment about the Wegovy pills. I mentioned this some weeks ago when I said I saw tirzepatide pills, and I'm like, since when are there tirzepatide pills? And y'all like, there aren't tirzepatide pills. I think there are semaglutide pills or tablets, but there aren't tirzepatide tablets. I don't know how these telehealth companies and compounding pharmacies are doing this. She seems to be gaslighting. She's doing something. I don't know what it is, but I feel like she's playing dumb. Is that the same as gaslighting? It's borderline. Like I feel like she's playing dumb. Like she's playing obtuse. Like, girl, you are not this obtuse. You are not this obtuse. Like, the engagement is gonna come from people stating the obvious. You know what I mean? Like, let's see what the comments say real quick. Jasmine, my little bit of advice for you as someone who has been there, done that. I suggest you focus on stopping the gain. Stop trying to lose weight right now. You are gaining weight when trying to lose weight. It's not working, regardless of why. Lord have mercy. Talk to him. Let me put this on the screen. Hold on. Let me zoom in. Might find Cloakster in these comments. Okay. It's not working, regardless of why. So you need to pivot and just focus on stopping the weight gain right now. If you can do that, it's a huge win and will lead to weight loss later when your headspace is better. I know that even this may seem hard, but I learned this from whoever else. If you haven't listened to her podcast, blah, 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 blah. Not gonna lie, I was judging you for a bit at first, but really it's because I judge myself harshly. I see myself in you. Blah, blah, blah. 20 pounds is not bad after 4 to 5 months. A few people saying they were triggered, but then actually resonated with her. Okay. So how much? Okay. So after all the work y'all have put in to lose weight, how much weight gain are you willing to tolerate? Y'all let me know. Because somebody said 20 pounds in 45 months is not bad. And I think that that's crazy. That's exactly how weight gain works. It creeps up on you. So if by the end of the year, she's only at month 5, and then by month 12, she's at 40 pounds. I'm sorry, 40, I was gonna say 40 pounds overweight, but 40 pounds up, right? She gained 20 pounds in 4 to 5 months. So by month 10 or 12, if she's at 35, 40 pounds, then what? I feel sorry for her, so I try to give her some encouragement, but I think she may be playing all of us. I have not come across a person that I feel sorry for yet, not even myself. So I don't know. I don't know. It seems like a lot of people feel sorry for her based on the comments. Like some people resonate with her, some people are very annoyed by her. Some people feel sorry for her. I'm not a patient person, so I don't have the patience to sit there and listen to that unless somebody specifically requested me to. Jen just said we need a follow-up, but she didn't have a particular video, so I just picked the last one she did, and it's like, you still gaining weight? You're like, when I talked the last time, she was gaining weight, I think, when I talked about it the last time. So it's like, are you going to do anything to stop trying to gain weight? Is she truly trying to lose weight? I've never seen her before tonight, but it kind of looks like she's creating clickbait. I ain't tolerating nothing. I work too hard. I ain't trying to mess it up. Probably not the right way to think about it, but I work too hard for this. That's how I feel. Now, it's risky business to titrate down, so weight gain is a concern. I'm willing to tolerate about 5 pounds in 1 month. That's it. Not 5 pounds in the second month, not 10 pounds in the first month, not 20 pounds over the course of 5 months. 5 pounds in the first month, and then I need to spend the next month getting it off. Okay. I'm not even trying to, preferably, right? Because we're going to count from the day I took my 7.5 milligram 2 days ago. So that was, today's the 7th. That was the 5th, February 5th. So from February 5th to March 5th, we're going to see if the scale has trended down or stayed the same or has gone up. If by March 5th, I am the same weight, I will just try to tweak what I'm doing as far as all of the other things. If I'm losing weight, then we're on track. If I have gained weight and it's within about 5 pounds, I'll continue on with the 7.5 milligram and try to adjust. But if I have gained over 5 pounds in the next month, I will be crying to my doctor. Like, listen, doc, listen. She's going to be like, I thought you didn't feel good on the listen, doc. Okay. I need to get this next 10 pounds off. Okay. I need it. I need to get this back. Not 10, 20 pounds, 22 pounds. Yeah. So yeah, 5 pounds is reasonable. Considering the fact that I did titrate down, I have to be open to some level of fluctuation. But to say 20 pounds in 4 to 5 months is not a lot. Okay. But when that 20 turned to 30 or 40, and I would hate to see her regain 150 pounds. Like, some people have done crazy things for content. Not saying this applies to her. People have lost weight for content. People have regained weight for content on purpose. Okay. People have taken certain medications for content. People have stopped medications for content. So it's like, I don't know why this lady stopped her GLP-1. I hope it was for something that really was of concern so that she had to stop it. But just because you stop doesn't mean that you don't try to, I know we get sensitive as GLP-1ers. We but nothing else works. Okay, but we didn't stop trying before. So it's like, just because you get off a GLP-1 doesn't mean you stop trying now. So I'm going to cook some bacon and eggs for my very late dinner. That is so vanity coated. And I would totally do the same. I was going to make some bacon and eggs before this stream, but I just wasn't hungry. I am a little hungry now, a little bit. So I'm going to eat late, and I'm going to just saute some chicken or, pan fry some chicken breast, then slice chicken breast. And I'm going to toss it in some warm queso and have me some bootleg nachos, some project nachos. Okay. 5 pounds would be my limit after I'm in maintenance. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. So we can start wrapping up because we already are pushing 4 hours. I could talk to y'all all night, but but I'm gonna get out of here, even though I should have been out of here. Like I was done with my topic an hour and a half ago. See, this is what y'all do to me. This is what y'all do to me. I will keep the shorts coming. I will do my Wellbutrin updates for the members. So if you actually got a membership, then you will be able to join those live streams or just catch up on the videos or lives that I've already done, plus the members only shorts. I will be live again next Saturday. Will this be the first week that I go back to making videos? I don't know, because my mood has been better. I have to send my camera back to DJI. My camera that I use for my videos, like my actual long form videos, I have to send my camera back in for maintenance. So I would be limited to my iPhone, which is fine for shorts, but I don't know if I'm going to like it for more long form content. So we may be a little more delayed, but we'll see. Because like I said, I'm feeling better this week. So we'll see. We'll see if I get back into my videos this week. Promises, promises. I say I want to gain weight, but I have a closet full of clothes that are tailored to an inch of their life. I'm good and vain. Do your thing. I haven't started getting clothes tailored yet because I don't want to invest yet. Plus, my clothes are cheap, so I can just rebuy them. But as I start to invest in more quality clothing closer to maintenance, then yes. I have lost and gained many times. I would rather be on a GLP-1 than take several other meds and still be unhealthy. Yes. And if for any reason someone can't be on a GLP-1 anymore, you know, I got asked this question recently about pregnancy. What would I do if I had to get off of a GLP-1? Like if I got pregnant and I had to get off of a GLP-1, what would I do about my weight? Like, would I have a plan or would I just wait until I was, you know, gave birth or like what? And my answer was, I have no intention on being obese ever again. If I'm at a normal weight when I start having children, then I think that 20 to 30 pounds is normal, even though I wouldn't want to gain that much. But if I did, it would be normal. But I would be working in that entire time with my doctor, my OB. So my primary care, my OB, a dietitian, and a trainer to try to not maintain my weight, but to try to mitigate as much weight gain as possible, right? You know, you want some of that, we talked about this, some of that is going to be outside of your control due to hormones, due to fluids, due to the baby itself, right? But the idea for me, not for anybody else, is to try to limit that within about 30 pounds. And then after pregnancy, potentially get back on a GLP-1 and do what worked for me the first time. But no plan is not a plan. Not for me. Not for me. No plan is not a plan. I have too much information to not have a plan. So that's how I feel. But will it work? Will it be successful? Who the fuck knows? I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But I would hope so. I would hope with a team of doctors helping to intervene, I hope that would be successful. I know of family and friends that are trying to gain weight or getting their sugar levels out of control to get insurance to cover this med. I was 1 point away from diabetes. I was pre-diabetic. So had I just waited another 6 months, I probably would have qualified as a type 2. That's sad. I probably would have qualified as a type 2 diabetic. Listen. That does not sound like a good idea. I'm not judging because I understand people are going to do what they have to do. That just does not sound like a good idea. Okay. It's bad enough we got to reverse some of this stuff, but I wouldn't want to get worse for the sake of getting the tools to reverse it. That's like if you damaged your car, right? If you damaged your car and you could get it fixed, would you say, nah, just total it? Like, would you just total it so that you could get more money out of the insurance company? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Take us with you shopping for the new jeans. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm not ready, guys. Like, I think I'm in between sizes. I don't know. I might not go back for like another 20 pounds. I don't wear jeans very often anyway, but like, I don't want to get caught up in buying like a 10, then an 8, then a 6, then like, I don't know where I'm going to stop. So I'm a little tiny bit self-conscious about going to try that 10 because I like my jeans to fit comfortably. And something tells me that 10, but this could all be in my head. Something is telling me that 10 is going to be like tight and not that comfortable. So how about I give it another month? I'll go before my birthday trip. My birthday trip will be late March. I'm now comfortably wearing my old size 8s that are in my closet. Okay. Some insurances will stop covering GLP-1 even if you are diabetic if A1C is in normal range. Yeah, there's that. I thought I had a plan with pregnancies, but you know how plans go. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, you never know. So I was asked the question. I said, this is what I would do, but who the fuck knows? Like, listen, I ain't never had no kids, so who the fuck knows? You never know. You could end up with some sort of like medical condition. You could end up, one thing I did say, I was like, who the fuck knows? You could end up with triplets. Talk about 30 pounds when you carrying triplets. Them alone is the 30 pounds, 25 pounds right there. That don't include nothing else. So I'm just like, listen, shit happens, okay? I'm very well aware that there will be some weight gain if I start having kids, okay? But that is the point for me personally of getting the weight off first so that the damage won't be as bad if I do gain a significant amount of weight, right? Because but I know that sounds harsh to some people that have already had kids and gone through weight gain and all that, but consider my perspective as a person that was 242 pounds thinking about starting a family. I know people start families regardless of whatever weight they were. But listen, I was a shitty 242 pounds. Like, I felt like shit. I felt horrible. For me, I just did not want to do that. Like, I did not want to gain 30, 40, 50 pounds on top of 242. It was just not an option for me. It just wasn't. It just wasn't. So I'm not judging anybody else that has already been through that, but I decided to wait a little longer. Do I feel like people need to do that? No. Do I feel like people should do that? It's up to them. And that was my decision for me. So plans. Who the fuck knows what will happen? I have a feeling in a year, pregnant women will be able to continue their GLP-1s. Now, you know what I think about that, Jen? See, I said I was getting out of here and look at me still sitting here. Okay, here's what I think about that. Now Sydney got me wanting bacon and eggs. I was going to settle for a hot dog, but now, I was going to settle for not a hot dog. I'm sorry, for the nachos, but now I might switch to bacon and eggs. I'm not sure. I might save the nachos for lunch tomorrow. But here's what I think about this. This is so interesting. Now that I've been on the 10 milligram, this could potentially be true, but I don't think it will be true on the higher doses. I don't. I think if this is true, women will have to titrate down, but I am not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. Talk to your doctor, talk to your local scientist, okay, down at the community college. Talk to your local Eli Lilly rep, because they build implants everywhere, okay? So go knock on the door at the Eli Lilly plant about 30 miles from you, because I know there is one, and go ask them. But I could see this happening, but at very low doses. The way that 10 milligram made me feel, like it felt, I'm not gonna lie, I can say this now that I'm off of it. It felt like it was too strong. It felt like I was being overdosed, over medicated. It did. Some parts of that was good. Okay. Other parts were not. Some of that felt good, but other parts didn't. Like, some of that was a detriment. I felt over medicated on the 10 milligram. So with that being said, if the research comes out in a year or 2 or 3, that women can stay on their GLP-1s while pregnant, I'm going to assume that either Eli Lilly is coming out with multi-dose vials so that they can get, non-standard doses, or they will just come out with doses lower than the 5, like other than 2.5, right? Let's say they came out with a 0.5, a 1, a 1.5, a 2, a 3, like something like that. Like, if they came out with like a grouping that's specific to people that are going to get surgery that may have to get off a GLP-1, or people that are pregnant or something like that, I think I can see this happening at very low doses. I don't think those 10, 12s, and 15s for pregnancy, I wouldn't risk. If they say it's cool, then it's cool, but I don't see that. I don't see that. That it doesn't pass into breast milk. Yeah, but it passing into breast milk isn't the only concern. Whatever happens to you is gonna happen to the, to the fetus as well. So, like, your blood is their blood. Your fluids are their fluids. your bone is their bone, right? So your fat is their fat. So if we are tightly restricting our blood sugar, how is that going to affect a fetus that needs these things to grow? You know what I mean? Like they need all of these anabolic systems to grow. That could put, if I had to guess, I'm not a doctor or a scientist, right? We'll see what the numbers say when they come out or what the studies say. But like, I would not necessarily want anything, especially if I'm not a type 2 diabetic. I don't want anything tightly controlling my blood sugar while I'm pregnant. Like tightly controlled, like 10, 12, 15 milligram, that's excessive. And the only reason we're even going that high is because a lot of us have a lot of weight to lose. But technically, GLP-1s are very effective at the lower doses, depending on what you're taking it for. So I don't know about I don't know. Don't worry about the weight gain in pregnancy. You can lose it again. The babies are worth every pound. Oh, that's so sweet. But no, I'm not gaining no 70 pounds in pregnancy. Unless it's triplets. Like, I hear you. I hear you. I know the moms be like, girl, shut up about that weight gain. You don't got no control over that. Yeah, I hear y'all. I do. I hear you. I'm just going to have to believe it when I see it. I'm just going to have to believe it. I'm going to have a trainer, eat right with a dietitian, and have an OB paying close attention to me. And then if I still put on 50 pounds, I will tell y'all were right. I will tell you all you were correct. If I do all of the things and nothing changed, like it's just completely out of my control, then I'll say, you know what? The hormones got the best of me. The baby got me. I wonder if that creator is trying to actually gain the weight for that reason. Just wondering. People have done that. People have lost and gained solely for content, like because they run out of things to talk about. So yeah. Oh, you talking about for insurance? Oof, that would be rough if that's true. Yes, we need more research, but studies are showing that GLP-1s at low doses will not pass through breast milk. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, at low doses. Like, but also, I don't think breast milk is the only concern. You know what I mean? Like, for example, with me being on a 10 milligram, there are clearly potentially other side effects that are not being discussed, because we discuss fatigue, we discuss nausea, acid reflux, sulfur burps. But like the more mood disorder stuff, a lot of that is not being discussed. So I don't know. But it would be nice. It would be nice. Hi, Journey of Life. Thank you for dropping down to say hello. I'm saying that study will most likely lead to pregnancy. Me? Like that study gonna lead me to get pregnant? Oh, pregnancy studies. Okay. I'm like, what? Not recommended for pregnancy, but breastfeeding is already showing safe. We need more research. And are you saying post-pregnancy? I could see that. I could see that. Oh, y'all are still here. I'm not ready to go to sleep yet. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is why these streams, we ended up at 4. We're almost at 4 hours. This is why these streams end up at 4 or 5 hours. I don't get paid enough for this. I actually don't get paid for this at all. But y'all lucky I like y'all. Y'all lucky I like y'all. Okay, so I see what y'all are saying now. So you're saying as far as breast milk, so you're saying post-pregnancy, when it comes to breastfeeding, things are looking promising for being on a GLP-1 after pregnancy and still being able to breastfeed. Okay, I got you. I would agree that that's probably going to be a thing. And I would say at low doses, I'm going to say below a 10 milligram. Like that's what I could see. I'd say even below a 7.5, but we'll see. Now, as far as pregnancy, I'd say without a doubt, okay, everything has doubt, but I just can't see the 10 milligram or above being an option on pregnancy. I just can't see it. Like now that I've been on it and the way it made me feel, I'm just like, don't you go through enough symptoms while pregnant? Like, I'm not trying to necessarily like lose weight in the pregnancy either, you know? So there's that. Levi, hello. How are you doing? Thank you for falling out of the clouds. Okay, so you're late though. You're late and I'm about to get out of here. Okay, so I'm going to leave while I still have a chance. Okay, congratulations to everybody that got a new membership today. Keep YouTube is funny about sending notifications to members, so just keep an eye out for a members only stream. Or y'all, Teddy really sent me $1.10 for my coffee. Guess where I'm going tomorrow? McDonald's. It's gonna be $1.09. Yes, he did. He sent me $1.10. That's all. I'm gonna start extorting y'all for coffee money on these streams. My banner is gonna say buy me a coffee. I know you are. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm just gonna tell you, in case you wanted to catch the stream on the playback, only the first 2 hours are relevant. The rest, we was just talking shit. Okay. We wasn't talking about nothing. We was just lollygagging and talking. And I should have been out of here 2 hours ago, but you guys don't like to keep me accountable. You like to just letting me talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. And then before you know it, the stream is 5 to 6 hours long. Okay. So I'm gonna get out of here while I still have time. But I just wanted to say thank you to Teddy for the Cash App. Okay. Thank you for the Cash App. All right. And moving forward, I will be extorting all of you for coffee money. I sure will. There is no shame in my game. Dunkin' lattes are very expensive. They're like $6, $7 if I want a large. Okay. So pay up. Pay up. Sounds like a sidebar. We got you. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. Great live. Thank you so much. Thank you for everybody that fell out of the clouds. Thank you for all of your love. And thank you for tolerating through my DEXA scan, even if y'all wasn't interested. I am at 164 pounds, 1 pound away from my senior year in high school weight. Okay, I'm young, I'm vain. I know I'm turning 30, but I'm young and I'm vain. All right. Pretty soon, we're going to be talking about maintenance. I fell back a little bit. Okay, Jen, I did listen. I'm never contributing to no mocha chocolates. I'm never going to get out of here. I'm never going to get out of here. Jen, if Tommy is watching right now, he just died laughing because he says mocha chocolates. That's what he calls my coffee drinks. I don't like y'all. I really don't like y'all at all. Like, please contribute to my habit. It's the least that you can do for all of the hard work that I put into these live streams. Okay, please. Listen. Okay, I'm skinny, but coffee has to be a part of my skinny life. I'm sorry. Like, it's been 18 months. I told y'all I'm like Jasmine. Leave me alone by my lattes. Leave me alone by my lattes. Y'all can get on me about everything else, Hamburger Helper and Oreos and all that, but don't leave me alone about my lattes. Leave me alone about my lattes. Okay. I'm leaving. I feel attacked. I love you all. Have a good night. I will see y'all not in the middle of the week because that sounds like work. I'm going to see you all next Saturday. Okay. Good night, Journey. Good night, Jen. Good night, Levi. Even though you're late. Okay. Talk to HR about that. Well, you're not a moderator, so you don't got to talk to your HR. You're off the hook. Good night, Paul and Teddy and Kissed by the Sun. And everybody that was here, if I missed anybody, I'm so sorry. Erica, my eyes are like blurry. I did better tonight, y'all. Like, my eyes have been struggling lately, but I did a lot better tonight. So I will see y'all next week. I love you all. And keep watching my shorts. Hit the like and set your notifications. I'll see y'all in the next one. Bye.